Hello and welcome to Season 2, Episode 15 or 16. I'm thinking it might be 16. Been busy around here lately. I'm your host, Clare Rowley, and this is Fabrically Speaking Live. And today I'm going to cover making a clutch, and we're going to do so using a piecing method. I've had this fabric laying around already cut for a while. Not really sure what to do with it. So I figure today I'm going to turn it into a spring, summer feeling clutch purse. And I'm going to let you guys help me design it and choose which trims I use to make it a little bit fancier than just a traditional strip piecing type of design. Hello, Lorinda and Tina. And Marlene. I'm grabbing my mouse. I don't know why I'm grabbing my mouse. I'm holding a flower because this flower was growing in between the crack in the concrete today. And I just thought, what a gift it was. Hi, Better Days. Oh, it is 16. Thank you, Better Days. So this is episode 16. Hi, Dinah. Hi, Marlene. How are you all doing today? You doing good? I think I transitioned pretty good. Didn't have any issues today. I think I'm getting the hang of this. So this flower, I figure I'll show you how cute it is. Isn't that sweet? And it was just like it welcomed me as I walked outside today. So I thought, well, I'm going to keep it with me on the set somehow. We'll see how I can remind myself throughout the video. I'll lay it in front of the sewing machine so that I can look down and be reminded that there's wonderful things outside in the world. Well, maybe right by my mouse. Hi, Pearl. Hi, Dinah. I think I already said hi to you guys. So are you guys ready? What do you have on your sewing table right now? Because, well, I've got so much stuff. Whoops, on my table. I just knocked, my cell phone just jumped out of its holder. And literally just jumped out. Very distracting. So here's what's on mine. Deliberately messy because I thought I'd show you guys some of the trims I've collected over the years that could be incorporated in making a little bit fancier version of a clutch purse. And let you guys vote. So I really like this one. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but let's see here. See how it looks with the variations. Do you guys use clutch purses often? I'm not one that changes persons. I'm not one that changes purses often. But there are times when I just don't feel like carrying a purse, and I could just toss my wallet inside of this and it wouldn't be a big operation to change bags. I might actually use it. I mean, if it's going to end up looking this pretty. So I could have strips like that. Or I could incorporate this lace panel that I have on it. And I'm sure some of you are probably going, well, where are you getting these fancy things? And you know, over the course of 32 years of the Creative Feet Company, I have so much trim in buckets. And I know that some of you are hoping that or wishing you could find some easier than you are. So know that I'm leaning on working towards coming out with trims, at least to support projects that I come up with. This is one that is a 1/4 inch wide lace that you can also stitch on. Hi, Judy from Hawaii, aloha. And Karen from California, northern, mid, southern. I grew up in California. Some of you are brand new, and I don't know, we've had a tremendous increase in customer participation because we have an ad campaign running and it's generating a lot of new students to the school. So I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you newbies. Feel free to ask questions throughout the live. I'm having to mute my microphone periodically because I got into some dusty stuff looking for all the trims this morning, and it's a little bit, I'm having a little bit of an asthma situation. I used my inhaler, so don't worry about me. But I just want to let you know, if it goes completely quiet for periods of time, it's me saving your ears. You like both of the laces. It would be kind of weird to, would it be weird to combine these two because they're the same kind? Or should I be more subtle and just go with this type of lace? This is really nice though. It's so tempting. And then I have this, which is kind of a long, oops, you can't see. Go to the top. Here we go. So this is the same as that, except for one's gold and one's silver. And with all these different colors running through these fabrics, I actually don't normally think you can combine the two, but I think it would combine nicely in this. And I'm also going to play around with some thread that I have to test. And I'm really impressed by how this one feels in my fingers. And I'm sure Wonderful's owner has been trying to get me to try this for a long time. And now I get the feeling why. And they call this one Silco. It feels silky. It's very, very soft. So we'll see how these sew out. And I also have this one, Fantastico by Superior Threads. And I figure all of these threads can be used because it's such a colorful mix of colors. Thumbs up if you agree that I can not stick with the normal only gold and only silver. Should I keep it mellow or understated, or should I fancy this thing up? Lace or no lace? Now this is designed for the front of a shirt, and I'm not going to use it for this because I have something planned for you. Yes, I do. So we're going to save this for another thing. And if you've noticed, the set looks a little bit different today. You can see this panel up here. I worked on that this weekend. And that is 12 hours of fabric inking that I did. And it will be coming up on our YouTube channel as a regular edited video. Let's see. Well, Better Days, you're just not helping. You're saying you like it all. I like it all too. Putting a hem on pants. Hi, Judy. You love all the trims? Do whatever you want. Lace and fancy. Fancy it up. All right, we will fancy it up. I'm like, I don't know. Should I trim the whole bag with this green piping, or is that too big? Should I go a little bit narrower on the piping? I don't know. Then I have these. Well, you know, it wouldn't be one of my videos if I didn't go really long. So I've got pearl cotton, metallic thread, some silky thread, some shiny, and these are the kind they call blendables, which are variegated colors of thread so that they don't take over an object. So I could use that like perhaps on this while sewing this down, and this thread would not overtake the lace because the colors will be varying as it sews out. So I say I'm just going to kind of play it by ear. Clear off the stuff I have decided not to do. And I still have this. I ran into this. I made this a while back. And I have no idea what to make this into. Thought maybe you guys could help me come up with an idea for this, and maybe next week I could finish it. This is based on one of my videos where I show you how you can sew beaded trim using our pearls and piping foot. Isn't that pretty? I love how it dangles, and I've got an equal amount of fabric on the back as on the bottom. So based on how it's already sewn, put your thinking caps on and see if you can come up with what I should do with this. Now you got a little bit of a preamble of what I may or may not do next week. I'm liking this project this week and hoping that it won't turn into a 2-part series like my dog walking bag did. So it has a lot to do with me and how carried away I get. All right, so first thing is, since this is a bag, we have our outer bag and then the inside lining, and clutches generally, I guess, are just one pocket. So we don't have to do any inside pockets, and I'm gonna keep it simple so that I can finish it today. All right, it's definitely been a bag theme lately, hasn't it? I had the cell phone purses, and what else did I do? Oh, I did a bag for my cutters. So this is definitely bigger, or it's wider than I need my purse to be if I were going to have the stripes going down, which is what I wanted to do. So I don't want to have to cut extra fabric because it's already cut. If I were to make a bag, or maybe it's good. Looks like it might be a good length to clutch, right? It's small. They're usually pretty short. So we definitely don't need it to be this wide because we're not making a duffel bag. I was going to do this. Have these alternate. Should I have more yellow stripes or more pink stripes? Let's see here. More pink or more yellow? Or, oh, I can just do that. I think I'll do that. So we got one pink, one yellow, and the duffel bag will be cut. It's not, now I'm calling it a duffel bag. The clutch will be stripes going down, which is what I really wanted. And let's see here. I can sew this with 2 different options of sewing construction. I can go ahead and sew a seam of this, which will decrease the overall width of the strip, which might not be a bad idea because this is wider than I wanted. I feel like cutting these strips in half and making them a lot of different stripes. Should I do that? Should I have narrower stripes and more of them? Say more stripes or less stripes. You can just write more if you want. Or you could even just do a plus sign if you're on a cell phone and having a hard time. Or should I keep the strips really alone how big they are? This is actually... This would be so simple though after all that talk of all the other trims. But boy, isn't that pretty? Hi, Nikki from Pensacola, Florida. It must be a nice sunny day there. So what do you think? Should I just stick with the big? Because just because we can doesn't mean we should. I could integrate decorative stitching on these trims as well, because now we're not talking about really testing the thread very much. More strips. All right, more strips it is. Love the pink and yellow. Okay. We could do some broad strips mixed with some skinny strips. All right, I'm going to do that. I really do like that though. I think I would enjoy this bag. So if I need to cut them smaller, then I'm just going to lay them on top of one another and chop them. Make them into half their size. I've seen some purses with really narrow strips like that and have really admired the look. Have any of you found flowers in random places and felt like they were a little gift? And this is the month of my mother's birth. And I feel like maybe my mom left that for me today. We will do some decorative stitching too, because I think some of you need to learn how to handle that as well. So this is a good width for the bag. We're just going to chop it up and make it double. If I can find my ruler. And I may end up using this, which is a brand new ruler that we're about to put on the site. This is a add a quarter ruler. It's also great for doing this final cutting when you're dealing with batting. And I'm probably going to use the, I should really have thought of the name before I said the words out loud. I'm probably going to use bamboo batting, but I may use a Timtex product for this as well. So we've got a 3-inch, so we need a 1.5 strip. These are going to be some narrow strips. I may combine them with the bigger strips since we have enough. I'm going to be releasing very soon the type of thread that you use to hem blue jeans, by the way. And I'm going to teach you a technique that is pretty cool on making sure your blue jeans don't end up spreading out at the hemline when you do hem them. I got so much planned for you guys. So exciting. Okay, so if you're going to end up making one of these, it's 1.5-inch strips. And we could have a focal point on the front of the actual bag. We could have one big strip and then little strips on the sides. How much fun is this going to be? Especially with the Satinedge foot. Zoom, zoom. So how many of you have the Satinedge foot? If you have the Satinedge foot, hit a thumbs up. I think it's going to be cool just with the narrow strips. But they're going to be really small because we've got 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch seam allowances. Unless I overlap instead of sew a seam allowance. Don't cut them. Too late. I like the narrow look. Let's see here. Sorry, Better Days. Usually I let you have your way. So if I use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, I'm going to lose a 1/4 inch of both on both sides of each strip, and they're going to only be 1 inch across on each strip. But if I overlap the seams instead and go 1/4 inch over, It's the same, isn't it? I end up losing the same amount. Are you still disappointed, or is it cool having them be... Oops. Got to put them in the right order so you don't forget what you're doing. So you can use flat construction or stitch seam construction. All right, so that is definitely a big enough clutch in width. So definitely wide enough in width, and let's see what it is now. It will be, if it's 12 inches across, and we're going to lose a 1/4 inch on each of these. I think it'll end up being like a 10-inch or a little bit bigger. My math is just not going to work out. So we're going to go ahead now, and I have to stick with what I'm going to do. So flat construction or seam construction. Seam construction is quicker if you don't use our glue. If you use the glue, either way is the same amount of time as we would just be gluing these two fabrics together and then using a top decorative stitch to sew them together and combining the trims in some. So I may do just the silver over the pink. Or we could do that here. And then leave this for the decorative stitching. Designing as we go. Designing together. Thanks for the thumbs up, Ellen. I cannot remember what I said. So gold, alternating gold and silver on these colored fabrics, or does it drain out or make that colorful fabric disappear? Or I could just do silver and only do silver, or just do gold, whichever, and only do it on the yellow. It's fun when you design something, but when you can do anything you want, it gets a little overwhelming, doesn't it? What was the thumbs up, guys? I can't remember. It's my bag. I can do whatever I want. Thank you for the reminder. I could just have one going down the middle of the bag. We're going to be cutting it and having it curve for the flap. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew them together with piecing, I think, because if I glue them together, it might take all day. Yeah. The foot I'm going to use to piece these together is the Satinedge Foot. And the Satinedge Foot is one of 3 of the creative feet. If you're new to my channel, we have the Satinedge Foot, which I designed for a woman who was born blind and deaf to replace the need for a serger. And then this is my pearls and piping foot, a foot I invented the year beads came out on a string for a woman who couldn't open her fingers all the way, so she could sew. And then this sequins and ribbon I designed for a fashion designer, and it has different size guides that are called the accessory guides that make that foot capable of sewing a wide variety of trims. So we can do a variety of different widths of the same type of trim. This is rickrack, and we have all of the different size guides for the different widths of rickrack available. I don't really like the rickrack for this project, so I'm going to set it aside. I'm still fond of this. If I use this trim, then I don't have to worry I don't have to worry about how dressy I'm being. I think it's got a more casual look, and then we could utilize the threads more. But I could still show you how to sew on those different trims, because each one is a different technique. All my goodies in my cubby. So the way that we adjust the seam allowance for the Satinedge Foot is we use a measuring tape and place the measuring tape beneath the sewing machine needle. And then we lower the needle in a left needle position onto the measuring tape and then move the wire in the foot over to the 1/4 inch mark. Wow, I'm really in the way of that camera. Move over. There we go. So you can see this little wire moves inside the zigzag opening. So what I'm going to do is set the wire and needle 1/4 inch away from one another. And I am going to start off with a new needle. It's definitely had its... I use this one up. So now this is how I dispose of my needles. I make sure that they're pinned into something. And then I put them in the disposal or trash. I brought 2 needle sizes or styles out for you today to talk about. One is the super universal and the other is the super, so the super universal and then the top stitch needle. And the top stitch needle and super universal have some similarities to them, but this needle has a big eye. So I don't have to worry about changing to different styles of thread. Since I am going to test different threads today, I'm going to use the top stitch needle. This would be the ideal needle for working with thicker threads. Thicker the thread, the smaller the number. So if you're working with like a 50 weight or a 30 weight thread, then you'd want to use a top stitch needle for sure. Anything below a 40 weight. And I already have a really pretty color thread on, but I want to try out, this is Splendor, and this is a rayon by Wonderful. And since I love the threads we've already started carrying from them, I'm going to go ahead and give this one a try. Why would I want to use rayon thread? If you're going to sew for infants or people with allergies to synthetics, then using a rayon thread is a good compromise, because even though it sounds like a synthetic, it's made from tree bark. So it's more of a natural fiber than a synthetic fiber, and that's why it shrinks. And I didn't set up my foot yet for that 1/4 inch seam. I got to do that really quick, and I'll show you for those of you who are new. How many of you are using the Satinedge Foot for 1/4 inch seam allowances and having a good time with your accuracy? Go ahead and hit the heart. Put up a heart if you love your Satinedge Foot. I'm selecting a left needle position and then lower the needle so that it hovers over one of the lines on the measuring tape. So my needle is just hovering over that, and then lower it. And then I look inside the needle area and turn the nut until the wire is on the 1/4 inch mark. And now I have an accurate 1/4 inch distance between the guide and the needle, and I don't have to worry about my seam allowance changing as I sew. It won't be going wider and narrower. Now if you feel like you're challenged on keeping your fabrics together as well, in other words, keeping them from shifting, moving side to side, then our liquid-based basting glue is a good option for you. It's in essence pinning your fabrics together without having to pin. Another thing to do is to spray starch your fabric before you begin sewing. If you spray starch your fabric, more than once by the way, so before you cut it, you have the fabric in a larger piece, just use spray starch and iron it, and spray and iron. And the more you do that, the more the fabric becomes more stiff, and it becomes less pliable and less likely to expand. And that's one of the issues we have with strip piecing, is that when you sew your fabrics tend to grow as you sew. So this eliminates or reduces that challenge. So I'm going to sew one right off the bat, making sure that you can see for sure that these fabrics are lined up. They're the same length. And we'll see how well the Satinedge Foot performs. I think this is right side and this is right side. Okay, so we have right sides together. And I moved my machine for you guys to see better. I have batting underneath my machine so I can slide it around on the table easier. And of course, I'm using the bamboo batting again, mostly because it was just there. But it's slipping really nice on the table so I can move my machine around as I need to for you. It's time to hydrate, everybody. And this is my MCT by Dr. Gundry. It's got vitamins and fruits and red currant, I believe, is what's in it. But it's really good and satisfying, and it reduces your appetite. I have this in addition to this. I also have water. So when I drink, you guys drink, and we'll all stay healthy together. Oh, I have to thread the needle. And I also have a really dark pink in there, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to switch. I'm going to use a neutral color. And I'm going to use our Deco Bob bobbins because not only are they good at blending, but they blend with different weights of thread nicely as well. I've been able to use the Deco Bob thread, which is 80 weight. And I've been able to use it with all of the different weights of threads that we offer, including from 100 weight to 40 weight. And I think I did a 50 weight the other day, or I think it was 50 weight. One of you may know better than me. If you haven't found your way to the school, you guys, it is in the description. Oh, I'm going to use this thread. That's right. I'm going to start. Oh, do I want a piece with this? No. I'm going to use a thread I can count on for piecing. I'm going to use the Deco Bob thread for piecing. If I have one handy. If not, I'll use the Invisifil. You could also use a polyester 40 weight. I already have one threaded. I'm just going to use what it is, and it is the Polyfast. So I have the Polyfast 100% polyester 40 weight thread on my thread dispenser. And that's what you see me feeding from is over there. I know that we will be running them very soon and have them back in stock soon. We've been out of them for about a month, and simply just time has been our issue. We're also hoping that the price of wood would drop because wood just skyrocketed. So here we go. All right. So I have the Polyfast in the needle, 40 weight, which you can find at creativefeet.com. And there's 210 colors of that to choose from. And I'm using the sage green, I believe, in the Deco Bob bobbins, which blends really nice with different colors in the same tone. And as I sew with this foot, we push toward the foot. Notice my fingers don't move. And my focus is right here on the foot. Oh, I had my head in the way. It's because I got the microphone in too close to me. Here we go. So now I don't have to tip my head. So push toward the foot, keep your eye focused there, and make sure the fabrics are touching the white part of the guide. This finger becomes like an extra guide over here. And then the foot guides, and the foot does the pushing back on that side and keeps things all accurate. And you can see this is not glued together. I definitely didn't cut very good on that lighter fabric, the lighter weight. The solids are pretty consistent. And now I'm going to press that open. I could press them open one at a time, or I could actually just press them all at once afterward. And I'm going to press to the colored fabric. And that's because it won't show the shadow of the color beneath it as much. It's best to do that by, instead of trying to do it from the back side and kind of pressing to one side, rather bring it up and then press the top or the fabric you're pressing to away. And this way you know you're doing a real crisp press and you don't need to turn on the iron until we're all done piecing this whole thing together, because this will definitely press nicely. Keep it nice and easier to handle when they're not all, when your seam allowances are, or when your piece strips are so narrow, it's harder to handle it when you leave them unpressed. So we're pressing to one side. Now I'm going to go to the pink. And what I'm doing here is starting from the top and working my way down the whole time. Instead of going down on one and up on the next, which is how many teach you to do it, because fabric grows as you sew it. But we're not using anything that would create a stretching behavior on the fabric. Gentle touching, because I don't have to pull from behind the foot and hold on to the front at the same time, which is what traditionally you see a lot of sewers moving their hands as the fabric advances. So we don't do that, and because of that, you're not going to experience as much of stretching. Try to get this mic in a good spot. There we go. You should try to keep your elbows on the table instead of holding your elbow up and trying to keep your finger to the side of the foot, using that muscle in your arm for a non-stop period of time. It's better to have your elbow down on the table and rest that upper body while you sew. And with this foot and all of our feet, you're able to do that in more of a resting position rather than lifting down and looking close. We don't look at the needle, so you don't have to get your face so close to the foot. And here we go. These fingers here become like a guide in front of the machine, kind of like a scissor. And I just rest my hand in front of the machine, so I'm down like this in front of the machine. Just kind of resting. So guiding in multiple places without squeezing, without stretching or distorting the fabric. And I'm going to move it so it's in the focus range of the camera. Zoom, zoom. Now doing this, you can still have some shifting because there's nothing really holding these fabrics together. Once again, the fabric that it presses to, so if there's no way that fabric's going to show through the pink. I could have all my fabrics pressing in the same direction, or I could go ahead and press the colored, so that the colored fabric is raised in, and it kind of looks nice. I think do I want to do that? I have to think because of what decorative stitch I want to do. I think I want, actually, because we're going to use decorative stitches, I actually want the stitches to show. And we're going to use the Satinedge foot like a stitch in a ditch foot. So I've changed my mind. I want the seam allowance to fall to the solids, and that will cause these fabrics to raise up and this one to recede down and drop into the background. So Sharon, you're calling the Satinedge foot the magic foot. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, the 1/4 inch feet, other 1/4 inch feet help you sew a 1/4 inch, and this one kind of does it for you. You just got to rest. Sharon, you haven't seen us live before? I feel like you have. I'm glad you were able to join us today. I don't see Linda in here, unless you're hiding in the background and not posting. Somebody called earlier to see about watching the live today, and I don't see her name. So if you're there, Linda, don't feel bad if you're not participating in the chat. But if you are and you want to say hi. Okay, so since I pressed this one, and I don't want to forget, I'm gonna do it now and switch. You can see, you might think, I've already pressed it that direction. I can't change my mind. But you can change your mind. Even though we're not using the iron. Have any of you done paper piecing before? So I really want to, we're going to be doing a paper piecing video, another one. It's not going to be live. It's going to be an edited one. And I'm going to introduce some really cool products to go along with my no sew through the paper technique. So now you can, I don't know if you can tell and see that this fabric is dropped down and these two are raised up. And that is how you need to press your fabric if you want to use the Satinedge foot for stitching in a ditch. You can't press your seams open and use the Satinedge foot for stitching in a ditch. Well, you can, but it's not going to guide for you. You're going to have to do a lot of eyeballing if you do. Time for the next fabric. And this is the top and this is the bottom, and you can see it is starting to grow. So to prevent that from happening at all, we use the glue. I guess I'll use the top camera. It's so messy in here. Make sure you have it's open. You didn't let it dry up on the end, and if it did, it will open up as good last time. So now I'm going to do some dots about every inch apart, and then slide my finger across. And if I had a really, really long strip, I would only do about 10 inches at a time, and then take my next fabric and try to match up that point. So what this is water-soluble stabilizer, and it's wet. And when it dries between these two layers of material, it locks the fibers together and won't let them grow on one end. So while it feels a little bit like cheating to not just sew, but to actually use a glue for piecing, it not only does that for you, but it also prevents your fabrics from expanding as the sewing machine foot and feed dogs cause that fabric to stretch and distort. I love how you guys are coaching one another. Okay, so the paper piecing, it is a little tricky, and the ruler that we're introducing is going to make that a lot easier. I think you saw me using paper, and these are the add a quarter. This is the add a quarter plus ruler, not the little thin one that they originally designed. This one has unique features to it. It has a shelf here that lets you line up on the edge of the fabric. So when you saw me using a magazine paper, I think I used, we use this instead, and it lets you, well, this is not paper piecing, so this is too confusing. I had a piece out to show. This also tapers down. You're never supposed to cut on the thin side, always cut on the thick side. And I'm going to be doing a video, hopefully after this episode, so that we can have the instructions on how to use this ruler up on our site. And it's not on our site yet. We're literally adding them, hopefully this evening. And it comes in yellow as well. The pink, this is the original color, and the pink one is supports breast cancer. So you'll see they're a different price on our site, but the difference in price is it costs more for them to have the pink one made than the yellow one. And there's a certain amount of proceeds of this ruler, of the sales of this ruler, that goes towards breast cancer research. This one is at 1/8. And if you've ever made a bowl cozy and you know that after you sew your 1/4 inch seam allowance, you're told to cut down your seam allowance so it's really close to the seam, this allows you to do that. And you don't have to worry about ever hitting the thread. It gives you just a perfect little 1/8 inch seam allowance when you're finished. It's great for whenever you're told to do French seams as well, where you sew 1/4 inch wrong sides together and chop off, leaving an 1/8 inch seam allowance remaining. And each time you do that, it's usually a really slow cutting process. This speeds it up considerably. So these fabrics are glued together now. So now I don't need to be the scissor over here, because these fabrics are going to stay together really nice. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. Gentle push. And I'm not pushing down on the top of the fabric. I'm gently pushing toward, but not really hard or heavy-handedly, just gently. Very relaxed. The lighter you touch, the better the result. And that's not your normal behavior when sewing with other feet. Usually you have to, take or handle your fabric and become like the controller of your material. And with this, the foot just says, hey, you take a break. I got you. I'll do the work. I'll sew straight for you. The less you touch, the better. And you can see here that it didn't sit there and change on that side. And I'm going to press now so that the yellow fabric once again is raised. I've definitely been in a yellow phase. I've been enjoying my yellow presser. I bought several yellow outfits recently. Oh, you guys, I can't wait to show you what I've been doing with the inks. In different episodes, I've talked about inking, maybe making a shirt or buying a plain white t-shirt and inking it. And I have this blouse that I absolutely love, to the point where, well, I can't really wear it if someone's going to see it up close because there's holes in it. So I looked and I found a similar t-shirt material, and I am going to make a pattern out of this shirt that I bought, I don't know how many years ago. But it has that lace integrated into the blouse. And that is actually on the back of the blouse, and I always thought, why didn't they put it in the front of the blouse? My hair covers anything that hangs down. So once again, this is all raised up, and this is receding down. But it did take me longer to do that because I had to take the time to glue. So I'm going to go ahead now and piece the rest without gluing, just so that this doesn't take 5 hours. Last week's was 6 hours and 15 minutes. It was the longest of my live videos. But boy, was that bag fun to make. Did any of you make the bag, the dog walking bag? Hi, Tony. Nice to have you here. And let's see, anybody else new to the feed? Looks like a lot of regulars. I got to put my lid back on that glue so I don't have to open it up again. If I have to add strips, I can because I have extra fabric. And then I still have to pick the lining for this bag. So you guys think about that. It's time to hydrate, and I'm going to have water. If you're a student in the school, and remember my school is free, Create with Clare Rowley, and it is create.clarerowley.com, and you'll find the link to my school in the description below the video when this is over. And so this is was a white. It had some color gradiating up to it, but my girlfriend bought one too, and just to make sure we could tell ours apart, I used nail polish and created this floral design on it. And I love how it feels in my hand too. Nail polish feels better than the metal this was made out of. So you can paint anything. It's your stuff, right? All right. And Tinkerbell is sleeping next to me as usual, all curled up in a little ball. Try not to stretch your fabric as you sew. And let's go. Time to finish this. Why isn't it transitioning? There we go. I could swear I was hitting the button. I must not have been. So you notice that my hand, I don't push back here. I don't push right here. I push directionally. Well, there's a word. I'm always directly to the side of the Satinedge foot as I gently push toward the foot. If any of you ever played the game Pong, and we had these little controllers and a ball would bounce and we would, sometimes it would ricochet and it would come up diagonally. But every once in a while, the paddles, as we move them up on the screen, would stop and the ball would just keep bouncing left and right. And that's in essence what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the fabric to not be able to do anything but stay in that one position. And the only way that works is if you're not holding in front and back, but rather just pushing from one side against something that's pushing equally in the opposite direction. So you're trying to lock that fabric in between two walls that don't push hard against the fabric, because fabric is pliable and it can stretch out of shape. The Satinedge foot lets you do that. It's a gentle foot. It's very nice to your fabric. You watched the whole video, Nikki, from last week? I did teach, I just went, I'm just going to show them so many different things in it. Try to keep you guys from falling asleep on the other end of the screen. So once again, I'm pressing, having my seam go to the solids. I used my dog walking bag. It was awesome. It was so comforting to know my cell phone was safe and it never changed stations, or because I use it as a music player when I'm walking. And it used to be my phone would change or just shut off. My phone stayed quiet and just let me walk, and it was awesome. Oh, isn't it lovely? I just love these fabrics. I'm not normally such a pastel-y kind of girl, but maybe I'm changing. Here we go again. Always make sure your thread is under the foot and to the left. See, what can I teach you while I'm doing something so repetitive? A shorter stitch length will have less stretch of the fabric than you do normally. So if you use a really long stitch length, you can actually gather your fabric while sewing it together. See, I almost knocked my cell phone off again. I usually hold about 4 inches in front of the foot and then regather my fabric. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. My hand is way out here, pushing gently, because it's just that little bit of a push that it needs to keep it against the guide. That light fabric, softer fabric, thinner fabric. It doesn't have as much spray starch on it. It's definitely thinner, a good considerable amount thinner than this fabric. So it will tend to grow. There we go. It's also more likely to shift against the difference of the two fabrics. I want you guys to make these things and put them in the school. If you've ever been a part of a live before and you didn't know where to post your pictures, inside of the school, underneath the video that you watched, that's where you put your pictures. I do adjust the presser foot, Marlene, but I set it for 1/4 inch before I started. So on the replay, you can watch and see how I do that. And I also have videos showing you how to use the foot for 1/4 inch seam allowance. I am going to be using this foot to do some of the top stitching as well. So these live videos are not generally short. So feel free to ask questions and know that I'm building this as I go. You can impact the design because I don't have a predetermined design in mind. And what I'm trying to do is keep the solid fabrics on top of or have the seam allowance always press into the solid fabrics. And people wonder about that. Is there a rule on which way to press your fabric? There really isn't. It's up to you entirely. Most of the time, people suggest that you don't press to the lighter color fabric because then you'll see the color fabric beneath it. These are a thick fabric, so it won't. You can't see this fabric beneath it because this is thicker than that. Now it creates kind of like a raised look, recessed look. So it's up to you what you do. And if you want to use the Satinedge foot for stitching in a ditch, you have to have a folded seam to one side in order for the foot to guide it for you. Lots of tails because I tend not to cut my tails short enough. Marlene, what did you forget to add? I'm trying to figure out what you guys are talking about. I love going live with you guys because then you can see that we're not editing anything. What you see is what you get. Oh, the pressure, Marlene. Yes, I frequently adjust pressure. And I tell you what to do. Now, I got all excited because I figured out what you were talking about and I sewed crooked. So I'm going to remove that stitch by removing the bobbin thread first. Because why wouldn't I want to be perfect? So a good pressure for piecing is just about one adjustment less than the heaviest. If you're getting a lot of spreading in the fabric, try reducing your pressure. But sometimes you'll get gathering if you reduce your pressure too much, depending on how much you handle the fabric and how heavy of a tension you're using. So now I have to kind of move my fingers as I go, because as I'm moving them, I'm tapping and making sure that the fabric doesn't lose connection. Simply because I'm getting so much fabric to the left of the foot that if I rest my hand on it, I might cause it to not feed straight, like that. Since I'm pressing my seams to the side, I can get away with stepping back when I mess up. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. I'm trying to stay out of the camera. Let me move this a little closer so you see less shoulder. So I'm not pushing down, I'm just kind of tapping to the side. Try not to look at the needle. Don't get distracted by people chatting on your screen like I'm doing. Scrappy quilts are fun. So the feed dogs, we leave the feed dogs alone. Normal feed dog adjustment. And the pressure is what is applied downward from the presser foot. I generally don't use a heavy pressure because I'm not a heavy-handed sewer. But if you go too light, you can lose some of the control that you need in order to be accurate. And as I'm pressing this, I'm kind of spreading because I want to make sure that I get a real crisp press along this edge. I'll try to do it so you guys can see better. Making sure that the fabric is going toward the solid. Pressing in and kind of dragging it at a 30-degree angle. And what that does is it eliminates any chance of that pucker that you can get if you just directly go to an iron, because the iron is just not precise enough. Nice and clean. We want straight seams. If you want to do a good stitch in a ditch, you need a good straight stitch and a good curb, consistent curb. And this is like you're walking along the sidewalk and there's your gutter, also known as the ditch. So if you don't have a curb, you really don't have a ditch. Does that make sense? So the science behind press seams open versus pressing seams to the side with our feet, because it's, everybody who teaches you has their own reasons for things. But if you want that stitch in a ditch behavior where you can go really fast, and I'll do one of those so you guys can see. But you can see we're doing pretty good as far as not having it grow tremendously on one side. Number one, because of the spray starch. Number two, because we're using the Satinedge foot. And this is the other side. This is almost perfectly square. So it's an insignificant amount, and I have not been starting on one end and working my way to the other. I've been doing whatever way it ends up being after I press. Feel free to ask some questions. So what I've got on here right now is a 9014 top stitch needle, which is not necessary for piecing. An 8012 universal would be just fine for piecing, and a lot more affordable than a top stitch needle. But I'm about to play with different kinds of threads, and I don't want to worry about thread shredding. So the top stitch needle is a very forgiving needle for playing around with different kinds of threads. If I'm really, really, really concerned about something being absolutely perfect, I always glue. But it does increase the time it takes to piece something if you're stopping to glue everything first. And I wouldn't glue the whole project together and then go to the machine. But some of you might. I don't know. Have any of you ever done that? Zoom, zoom. And I get to determine whether or not this is a wide enough bag here in a minute. It's kind of a small clutch at this point. We got one more fabric strip. I got small hands though. I think it's going to be a good size. Gosh, isn't it just lovely? Aren't you glad I did bigger or smaller strips now? Huh, better days? Because then you get more, I don't know, I guess you get the same amount of color. But it feels like there's more. Psychological, I think. This feels like Easter, but more like spring. Or is it summer? It feels like young. It feels like how I felt when I was a young girl on the beach. Here we go. This is the last strip, if this is the width that I'm going to use for the bag. It's just more fun than just taking a solid piece of fabric and making a clutch. And even if you're not a quilter, this is just, it's great practice on sewing straight. I love mixing all of the mediums together. Embroidery, quilting, decorative sewing, embellishing. Doing some technical sewing on top of it is really fun. So technical sewing would be like top stitching, edge stitching, French seams. Did I just sew that wrong? No, it looked wrong. I'd be like, oh my gosh, I never do anything wrong. Those of you who've watched me know that I do. I do mess up. How many needles have I broken this season? I think I broke 2. I've damaged more than 2, but I think I only broke 2. Pressing the seams. These are my pressers. I get asked a lot, what determines which side of the presser that you use? And I want you not to think that hard about it. You will find yourself just switching to another direction sometimes. And I think it has to do with how far away you're looking. Your brain goes, well, I can get there easier if I flip it. You just want to not feel any discomfort when using the presser. So if you're starting to feel at all discomfort, at all sore, switch to the other side. Don't need a lot of hard pressing. There we go. Good size clutch. Let's see. Based on the size of my hand, this is going to be the bag. It's going to fold up. And then this side's going to flap down. I kind of like it not being rounded. Oh, isn't it cool? Do you guys like it? Look at that. This is kind of, you have to be brave because this kind of shows that your seam allowances are either accurate or not. But we can break it up if you didn't do a perfect job. To take the attention away from the accuracy of your seam. Got this safety pin together. See how that breaks it up, and then the eye isn't going to be able to notice as much if it's not perfect. But if you are concerned about doing this and having your stripes line up, then you could always have these stripes going this way. You can cut your fabric and use this up and piece this. I can't really, let's see, can I lay it out that way? So it would be like this. Nah. Okay. So I need to press this to get them all to behave. And we wanted the seam to press toward the solids. Some of it just got messy from me moving it around, I think. And that will definitely help us sew it if they're all pressing in the proper direction. Time to clear this messy ironing surface. You guys having a good time? Oh, I have another piece of fabric. How'd that happen? Could even make the piping out of one of the solids as well. Let's see here. Designing on the go. It's really warm in here today. You don't need to apologize for frustrated typing. I think a lot of people have trouble typing. It's been one of the most common conversations I've had with people, especially if you're using a tablet or a cell phone. See, I still have some more fabric that if I wanted to, I could do some more strips, but I like the size of this bag. I'm a small person. Okay, all that just to get to my ironing surface. All right, let's get this iron going. This is such cute yarn. It has this unusual texture to it. I've been wanting to use it for something, but I don't know if you can see it. But it's designed for babies. And I'm like, I don't know. It might actually take this bag to a baby kind of feel, and I don't want it to. I want to keep it looking like something a woman would use. Cleaning up the surface. Time to hydrate, you guys. Hi, Eve. All right, let's see. Are any of you in the VIP? This Saturday is Whatever You Want Claire to Sew Saturday. So if you haven't got your questions ready for the live, get them ready. And I'm trying to think of what I can teach you guys. All right. This is going to be challenging to keep all these seam allowances going the correct way. So inside of Create with Clare Rowley is the VIP group. Oh, I see what's going wrong. Something's wrong here. And it's the second one is going the wrong way. So I want to get this, I pressed that one the wrong direction. And I've bought like a narrow iron before, but they're just too awkward for my table. And I'm talking about the really small irons that are about the width of one of my pressers. Nothing works better for me than just pressing with the presser first. And I am using steam. And what that does is because there was spray starch on the fabric before, kind of shrinks the fabric back up again and makes it all flat, as if I never handled it at all. Notice I'm not moving the iron, I'm just picking it up, setting it down, and shooting steam. Make sure you never put this right on your Caterpillar pad. And if you don't know what a Caterpillar is, it's beneath my ironing surface. And they're light tablets that you can cut right on. And I'm about to use it because I got to figure out, well, not yet, but soon. Got to figure out what I'm going to use as the lining fabric for this. And batting versus Temtex. Or both, and I may do both. And if you don't know what Temtex is, it's a fusible, stiffer batting. You can't really quilt through it without a foot. See, now it has this beautiful, beautiful crisp look to it. Could also, if you're into if you haven't done a lot of this before, you could get jelly rolls, which are rolls of fabric that are set up, and then take and you can cut your fabric and then piece that cut piece together. So imagine that being cut, and then you can piece it together like that, and this is how you can create squares or blocks easier than piecing, intending for that to actually be sewn in that manner. I hope I'm making sense. Okay, I just sneezed, so I didn't want you guys to hear it. So clutches generally are rounded on the part that goes the flap itself. So thumbs up if I should round that. Better days I have to read your post. It's making me confirm or allow that. You might have clicked on something. I wonder why it didn't let me. YouTube didn't want me to share that you knit things for babies. So I have no idea why. You knit baby hats out of yarns like that. Oh, the yarn that I showed. Hi, Laurie. Better late than never. Welcome to the feed or the stream. So vote curved or not curved. See if we can kind of, ooh, I could even do point. Now, points get worn out at the tip. Should I do a rounded one? Is it looking too big for a clutch? Clutches are usually more this size. Actually, the flap needs to be double-sided. So this is the right amount. Did I say how long this was so that you guys can make one? The length of this ruler, so 18 inches long, and after being sewn it's 10 inches wide, or just under 10 inches. Okay, so the flap's going to be, I don't have to do a double-sided, but I can. I kind of like it being double-sided with the sewn fabric. What do you guys think? And then I would line this part. So that's still kind of big for it. I'm always hesitant to cut things before I need to. All right. I like that. So now I have to think it through. This is the flap size. And if we if I do it this way, then I don't have any piping going along the outside edge. It'd be quicker to sew, and I could just have more fun with the trim. Then I just need, because this I can teach you how to do the top of a pillowcase, the burrito roll technique. Have you guys heard of the burrito roll? The terms we come up with in sewing. I'm not muted anymore. Good. Curved, rounded, not curved. Uh-oh. We have a debate. So here's the thing. If it's curved, and I can curve it and still do double-sided, because I just have to chop it off and sew a seam. Straight across. Boy, I've created a debate. I guess I'm going to have to be the one who decides. You know what I like about it being straight? I think it's just more stable. But having it be a little curved was kind of cool too. Have just like a little angle. Maybe because I think I like it straight because it has such straightness to the design. So I think I'm going to stick with that. All right, so now I need to decide if I am going to have this be the other side of the top. It'll end up being 2 layers of batting on here, which is good because we want our flap to be a little bit heavier, and that's where I was thinking of adding Timtex to the flap itself, so it had more crispness to it. If I don't quilt this with the Octi-Hoops, then I could just use Timtex. I think I'm going to do that. I think we're going to just lay this all out and Timtex this. So this is actually fast to fuse interfacing, and it's basically fusible. Is this fusible on both sides? Double-sided, yeah. This is a double-sided fusing. So if I use this, I have to be very careful because I don't want to line it at the same time. I'm going to actually insert a lining. At least I think I am. So that means I'm going to need to put a Teflon sheet underneath. Got my shears. I know I have my shears. Oh, there they are. Whenever I cut something like this, I never cut it to size on the object. I always have the substrate or batting stick out or be wider than the fabric so that I can trim it afterward to make sure it fits beautifully once it's fused and nothing can shift. And it's a good idea to have this already fused before doing decorative stitching because, well, there's no way that fabric's going to pucker if it has that thickness beneath it. So basically Timtex is one of the brands, and this is fuse to fuse. So what you're looking for is a thicker, or it's more stiffer, it's more of a rigid consistency to it than batting. Batting is fluffy and soft. You would touch this and go, oh, I wouldn't want to roll around on top of that. But boy, wouldn't that be nice to have make a bowl stronger, more upright. So sometimes you see people make bowls out of fabric and they stand up by themselves. And then you see the bowl cozies, which are soft and they're kind of floppy, and that's batting. So this is a more contoured, it allows you to contour things and make them, it's just, if I could just remember how to say things. It sounds like somebody's using my computer in the other room, and I'm not in there. Very strange. And as I'm doing this, I'm like, I don't have any idea where my pressing sheet is. If I don't iron it, if I don't push heat all the way through it until I line it, I might be able to get away with, I'll put my lining fabric beneath it, and if it takes, it takes. But doing a French seam with this in it would be challenging, and I really don't want to break a needle. Okay, so how many of you have a pressing sheet that you could borrow or loan me right now? Oh, I could just use parchment paper, which I have. I'm going to go grab it real quick. I'll be right back. Why is it not working? My be right back text is not showing. Why isn't that there? Oh, I know why. Because of this. Okay. There we go. So if anybody comes up, you guys, you can help them know that I'm just getting my parchment paper. All right, well, I had freezer paper in the room, and it's big enough, and I can use it as well. It is also been used a lot by people with doing paper piecing. And for anyone who's seen my paper piecing where you don't actually sew through the paper, this pattern's been used over and over and over again. And I didn't use freezer paper for that. I use a spray adhesive in conjunction with just regular paper. So that was what I guess one of you was feeling challenged by. So know that I'm about to do that again, and I'll do a better video than I did before. Okay, so freezer paper, if it gets hot. Ugh, this is so noisy. I think I'm going to mute while I open it. All right. That was just so noisy. And I probably should have cut that too. One more mute. Oh no, I accidentally used my other shears instead of my junkies. I used my good ones. Can't yell at the kids because I'm the one who did it. Okay, so why did I have to do this? Because Timtex, or Fuse to Fuse, is what this is. And I'll probably start carrying it. It's not my product. You can get this kind of stuff from Bosel brand as well. And basically it's a firm, double-sided fusible batting-like product. And since I'm lining, I didn't want to have it fused to any fabric because we're going to do a bunch of decorative stitches on this first. Be careful when you push steam through whenever you have paper beneath, because the paper causes the steam to shoot out from beside and can get you burned by the steam. So you just gotta keep your hand away from it. I don't know, it's acting a little weird here. Like, I got something sticky. I think some of the, oh, no. I got my iron dirty. That was a clumsy thing, because I have the fusible sticking out. Ah. Oh well, that was a rookie mistake. Oh well, I made a mistake. See, I'm not perfect. Are any of you laughing at me? Do you feel sorry for me? Now I have to clean my iron. So what we're trying to do is, before you iron, you cut everything exactly to the size of your fabric. I never liked this ruler. I think it was wrong. I don't think they printed it right. Why am I using it then? Let me switch. This ruler's awesome, because I don't always line things up straight on my board. I know I didn't cut all this fabric perfect either, so, but I don't want to lose too much of it. Darn not being perfect thing. I don't like how this one opens. So you've used it for making fabric embroidered postcards, super stiff interfacing. Eve knows. I was thinking about doing a play on scrapbooking, but do it for sewing, and was thinking this product would be great for creating our pages out of fabric. We're sizing it. Sometimes I feel like singing, but I'm all alone. Be crazy. She's a little bit off balance. She's in there all by herself, and all of a sudden she starts singing. I think that's what my dogs think sometimes. When I painted this week, for those of you who walked up to the table late, you can see the koi fish that I inked. I did that this weekend. 2 days of inking, 12 hours of filming. And I filmed a lot of it without speaking, because we're going to fast forward through it. And the dogs were just like very confused, because usually I'm in here talking and I was quiet. But I had so much fun creating that. See, so now we have a firm pieced fabric here. And I'm going to go ahead and make sure it is heat or connected well all the way across. Now, how do you clean that stuff off your iron? I do it when it's cool and unplugged, and the kind of iron I have, I can use nail polish remover on it. But just don't mess up. Be perfect. I mean, the second I felt any drag at all on the iron, I should have immediately been aware of what was going wrong. Amy was laughing at me, she said. At least you own up to it. Yes, you can use heavy Pellon with this. You could use Pellon as well, the batting that's fusible only on one side. Now I'm going to take that freezer paper off because we don't need it for the sewing. And now it's ready to stitch through. So you can see the amount of body that it has. Hey, I can make a bird. It feels sweaty on this side because the steam got locked between the freezer paper and the actual fusing of that. So I'm going to save this, have it ready for the next part. It's still damp, but don't ever take an iron directly to this or your iron will be a mess. Okay. So now I'm going to be doing the stitching of trim, and the reason I'm doing it this way is because all the messy stitching on the bottom will not show through on the bag. You'll just see the stitching on the right side. But I am going to choose where my flap is going to go. So I will be seeing the trims and the pretty stuff on both sides of my flap. So if I open up my purse when I'm out somewhere, I will open it and the people at the table will go, ooh, it's pretty on the inside too. So if we press that, no, we can't do it that way, not with the iron, with the presser. So you kind of have an idea of where the top of your bag is. It's always a good idea just to have an idea of any part where someone's eye might be focused, and that is the edge of the flap, where I could cut it right now and sew piping in there. It was something I was toying with because we can do anything we want. Okay, now I need help. What should I do? We were voting, and I think the trim that I had is too wide. It's just going to cover up. But I'm going to let you guys vote again. So I have this pretty metallic. The problem is if I do that, then I'm losing all that beautiful. Don't you agree that's too much? What about one strip? Because we have an odd number. So I could just have it be down the center. What do you think? Should I do that? Or gold? Gold or silver? Yes or no? So yes, and then gold or silver. Or you can do a Y and an S or a G or an N, and I won't put this on there, and we'll do something else because that fabric's so pretty. The other option is oopsie. That's what I got. Remember, you can play it back and pause and rewind me. So it doesn't have a weight, but if I were to measure this, I would say that it's 2 millimeters thick. And it's got nice body to it. So if I do gold in the middle and then I use lace, I think I'm deciding. Silver, neither. One strip. Silver, silver, yes. silver. Everybody likes the silver. Then ribbon is better. So nobody liked the gold. I'll just move that away. We're breaking this down here. Then there's this one, which I think with this and only have one strip of the bigger and then small. Okay, so we've got more nose on the bigger stuff, but none at all, not even this one. Because this is pretty. I really like this. I've had this for a long time. I could actually start carrying this right away because I think I've got like at least 500 yards of it. So you like this in the middle with this on the sides? Or just lose the big altogether and only do the little, because we're going to be using decorative threads. Is anyone getting annoyed with me yet? Just decide for yourself, woman. I don't want it to be too classy. I'm liking those. These have nice body too. I think these three together. What does Eve think? All right, so no big trim. Getting rid of all the big. Whose bag is this? I think it's your bag. You guys are the designers of the bag now. It doesn't hurt to have fabrics ready to test your concepts on. So if I were to do, because I don't want to hide the fabric either, it's just so pretty. What is that? Should we just do lace? Is that too boring to just do lace? I like the green better than the gold. This is a really pretty, like sage green. So if I were to put that on either side of only the yellow, and then this on either side of the pink. Pink, and that. All right, I'm holding it there for you guys to tell me. Or should we just do the lace? Yes, because I do have metallic thread and stuff. And we don't even have to do the lace on every strip either, because some of the threads are going to be just pretty all on their own. Just a little. All right, let's get sewing. So I'm going to use the Sequins and ribbon foot for this. Where's my bin? I don't know, man. When I come in here, it reminds me of before I started really quilting, and I fantasized about the quilting process. And one day I went into my sewing room and I was in there for probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, picking all the fabrics that I liked. And then I closed the door and I didn't enter the room again for a while because I had so much fabric piled up and it was just nearly impossible to choose what I wanted for a quilt. Do any of you have trouble with that? I think that means we've been to the fabric store too much. I'm going to do some of the decorative stitching without any lace at all. So I was just trying to figure out which color. I think maybe the lace on the pink and then the yellow stripes will do just thread. I don't know, I can do whatever I want, see? Or I could just put the lace on. Oh, that's what I'll do. I decided. So the lace will go on the batik and then we will do decorative stitches on all of the strips. That way you can get a real good idea of how to use the Satinedge Foot for stitching in a ditch and using decorative stitches. Because we have all these decorative stitches and we don't always know what to do with them, right? So I'm going to do the ribbon first, or the lace first, and show you which foot we are using. The Sequins and ribbon foot, and it comes with a 1/4 inch guide attached to it. We have other size guides available for it, but in this case, this ribbon is a perfect fit for the 1/4 inch guide. So you just slide it right in. All right, get in there. There we go. It is easier to insert the trim with the foot in your hand. And I'm in the way. There we go. And you could use invisible thread if you want, if you don't want your stitches to show. Right now I have a thread that is really subtle. I think it will just add a little glisten to it. And I want to keep the lacy part subtle, so because the other stitches are going to be dramatic. I can't really show you the stitches though, the way we're set up. I wonder if I could. If I slide the machine. It'll be interesting. Let's see. See how much I love you guys. Nope, I don't think we can get the machine fully on there. Oh well. I'll just have to tell you the names. And hopefully the stitching will be easy enough for you to identify. I want to make sure that I don't have my trim get caught on anything. And that includes my hands, so no touching the trim as you sew. Rearranging the table. All right, what stitch would be good for this? I don't really want to make the stitch disappear completely. So before I even start sewing, I'm looking at the fabric and the foot, not the trim. So where on the fabric should I be looking to see the spatial relation between the foot on both sides so that I stay centered and don't have to draw a line on the fabric in order to sew straight? And what stitch? This is similar to a 3-step zigzag stitch. It's actually called the 2-step elastic zigzag stitch. And we want a stitch that stitches often, little stitches, but doesn't move back and forth or forward and back. Forward and back. We want a stitch that continues in a front moving trajectory while moving left and right. because once the ribbon or trim is stitched down inside the needle area, it can't go back over it because it'll hit the back of the guide. Does that make sense? We'll say forward and reverse stitches for the Satinedge Foot part. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stick with a multiple zigzag stitch. Although I haven't really... Oh, feather stitch. See, the feather stitch moves forward and back as well. Oh, this is a good stitch. This is a couching stitch. That's its name. And it's going to do a kind of like, it looks triangular going out to the side like that. And it does that on both sides. But in between it does some little stitches. And it's called the couching stitch if you have a brother or baby lock sewing machine. Why isn't my machine turning on? Come on. I must have unplugged the foot. Oh, yes, I did. And this is a 5mm wide width. I might want to go smaller. It's actually perfect. But, however, I can tell that my guide itself needs to move a little bit that way in order to stay centered on the trim without me having to touch the trim at all. Now that I know that the foot and needle are lined up with each other, I'm looking at the side of the foot and I'm going to maintain that 1/8 inch distance so that it's straight or centered. Notice my hands are not anywhere near the actual lace itself. My hands are in front of the machine, and I'm kind of cradling or lifting up the fabric. I'm not holding like this. So real light touch, and I don't think I'm exactly centered in there, but it's still going to be pretty, and most people aren't going to be able to notice that I am not straight or not centered, as long as I'm not moving left and right, which I could have done. I could have done this lace in a swirling design going down. There's going to be so much on this bag, I don't think people are going to notice. I could actually do 2 rows too, because we can do whatever we want. It's a very subtle look on there. That peach thread just gives it a nice little accent. I think I'm going to do 2 rows. Because the edge of the lace isn't straight, can I do that? No. Nah, I think it's fine. We'll just jump to this one. I'm going to try to be a little bit more centered on this one. You know why that was harder for me to guide? Because I was looking where I already was instead of where I'm headed. So looking to the side of the foot was more difficult than looking over here. So I'm going to focus on the guide, the distance between the guide and the pink instead. And try not to pay attention to that needle at all. Looking at the right front, looking ahead of where I'm going instead of where I'm at, makes it a lot easier to sew centered. The lace got a little tangled up. There we go. Look at the front of the foot. So I'm looking at the front of the foot. Very light touch on the fabric, helping it lift up, not pushing down at all. Never hands on top, always hands on the bottom if you're feeling the need to guide at all, or just one touch here, one touch there, but keeping your eye focused on the front of the foot. Much better, but nobody's going to notice. If they're looking that close at your work, you need to slap their hands. Ah, it's so pretty. I am going to use this for sure. Let's instead of wasting this lace. There we go. I say there we go a lot. I notice that when I go and edit. Only you guys and I will know that I'm not straight on that one. Watch the front of the foot. Watch the front of the foot. See how I coach myself as I sew. Look at the front of the foot. It's very distracting, that needle moving all over the place in front of you. Where's that thread coming from? I had a thread tip over. Oh, what's that? It's this one. That would have been a good one to use as well for this. Another way to guide is to just kind of have one finger just sit there. Because remember, you are not in charge at all of the actual trim that you're sewing. The foot is in charge. You are just along for the ride. We'll pull out, and then you can cut your thread after the foot. Yeah, tell them to stand back. That's better than slapping them. I am going to use a variety of different threads in a moment. I just wanted the lace to be just kind of lace. This is a rayon thread by Wonderful that I'm testing. It's sewing really well. Rayons tend to shred a lot, so no shredding. I was reading the screen while sewing that I went really crooked there, I think. I get used to the Satinedge Foot where you can even leave your sewing machine and it sews that satin stitch on the edge. And I tend to forget to look with the other feet. I do already have some metallics by Wonderful. We just need to add them to our site. I use them for the Babbling Brook course inside of the school. And I will go ahead and use one today so you guys can see how pretty they are. I've also not had any trouble with sliver thread using my thread dispenser to feed it to the machine. This all by itself is a beautiful bag, don't you think? The more you guys interact, the better it is for the YouTube algorithm. So don't feel shy. The ribbon, the metallic ribbon, Lurie, was like an 1.25 inches. Ah, it's so pretty. I've had this lace for years and wanted to do something with it. I'm finally doing something with it. I've taken it to shows and demonstrated little squares and then handed it off. It's a lot more fun to make something for yourself. All right, I know that's a lot of seeing the same thing, and that can be a little boring, even though it's pretty. Time to hydrate if you guys haven't had any water in a while. All right. Well, ooh la la. I think that's pretty. Okay, so that's all the trim, I guess, we're going to do. I might end up doing piping at some point. We're going to do more on the Satinedge Foot and decorative stitching. Okay, so that was the rayon thread. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was the Polyfast polyester thread. The one we already have at creativefeet.com. And I don't know if you can see the subtlety of that thread. But it's very, very soft. A little bit of a shimmer of the peach showing through, so that the lace isn't just flat. So I was going to try a rayon. What happened? I grabbed the wrong one, I guess, when I put it on there. This is a silky-ish feeling thread. This one's going to be really hard to see. Why I got two ends? Did I cut this and did I lose my patience when I did this? I don't normally do that with thread. I've done it with yarn, but not with thread. I got too many threads coming out from there. It's terrible. Have you guys ever cut your thread because you couldn't find the end and then regretted it later? If you have, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. So Laurie, you're asking, oh, yeah, the thread, you mean the thread nets and the little end caps on the spool? Yeah, I have not needed to use either of those. And the problem with the thread nets is as your spool gets smaller, the thread nets get baggy and then they go up with the thread. So they only work when your thread is like brand new, and after that it becomes a problem. So, and on the end caps, I only use the little end caps if I'm putting the thread on the sewing machine itself. So the thread dispenser does not require either of those things. But last week I did end up using, and I may today, because I thought I had a short spool of thread I was going to try. What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. This is a metallic that's not by Wonderful. This is from YLI, which is another company we buy from. And I absolutely love this color. And want to try it because I like that it's on a cone instead of a spool. You can see just how vibrant that color is. It's under the sticker. Oh, they do have a cut in the cone itself. Where are my tweezers? These are offered at Creative Feet as well. These are ergonomic tweezers and they work really good. They're so true on the ends, and something to do with that flexibility in there makes it doesn't hurt your thumbs. All right, so the thread dispenser has two cone stands on it. I hesitate to move it too much, but I'm going to use this one on the spool that's closer to me, and we don't match our thread, our bobbin thread to this. I'm going to use the Deco Bob for the whole project. I'm not going to change my bobbin thread. And I take it to the first thread guide on my machine where my machine would have me wind a bobbin. And sometimes I will add another spot for my thread to go through for threads that are troublemakers. Not wanting to talk bad about any particular thread company, but there's one that the thread just tangles up so much, it's awful. And I would take it from the spool post and interlace it in the vertical posts on my thread dispenser, which are covered in bobbins right now. And also add safety pins with painter's tape and stick them on the machine in different places to kind of just make the thread have to travel through a path. And I do that because some threads, they kind of twist and they create this loop. So whenever you have that big loop that appears from your thread just kind of twisting with itself, having it go through different paths makes that settle down, and you'll have less thread shredding above the eye of the needle. The deco bobs are awesome. It's nice to be able to use the needle threader with metallic thread and not have it shred. Okay, so this is a really pretty thread. I hope it goes well because this is my bag. Nothing worse than a metallic thread breaking on you. I think this will show up. Will it show up more on the pink or on the yellow? You guys help me decide. Because I'm going to use a variety of different colors since we have so many colors in here to choose from. So I think I'm going to do it over the yellow because it seems to show up more. Now with the Satinedge Foot, we can use any of your decorative stitches that move forward, back, and zigzag all over the place. But the limitation is the width of the stitch. The width of the stitch is limited by the width of the opening in the foot. So we're going to have to check that out before starting. The wire needs to be positioned so that the needle never hits it. So we have to test things out. See if I can find a pretty stitch. With over, I don't know, 800 stitches to choose from, this is no big challenge. Oh, this is cute. We'll do this. This will be easy for you to identify as it's a star. So remember I said to have some fabric to test? This is definitely a time to do that. And I want to test it like on the edge of something like that. I could do something and actually not waste it. So this is going to be a top stitch right along the edge of a folded under fabric because our seam allowance is like that. Now I'm looking and I can see that my needle is going to hit that wire. This is definitely when you want to use your magnifying glasses if you need them. And move the wire over more. I think I got it in the right spot now. And sometimes just because the stitch length seems like the right length doesn't mean it is. It might, based on the thickness of the fabric, need a little bit longer stitch length. And if any of your stitches, so I'm going to go a little bit longer. I'm going, it was at 3, and making sure I'm adjusting the length and not the width, because the width will change the needle. So I'm going to 4. So the first one I did was at the standard 3, and this is at the 4 length. All right, cool, it's perfect. Isn't that pretty? Can you see how pretty it is? So for any of you who are familiar with Carol Ann Waugh of Stupendous Stitching, so I did that on pink and it was really cute on pink. But I thought this would be good on this yellow. We just got in only 15 autographed copies of her book. So if you want an autographed copy of Stupendous Stitching by Carol Ann Waugh, don't hesitate to place that order, as they won't last long. So just as before, I'm always pushing toward the foot. My hand is against this edge because it's so firm. So you can see how I have my elbow down and I'm pushing just gently toward the foot so that it rides along the curb of the fabric as we piece our fabrics and press our seams to one side to create that sidewalk per se. And now the foot feels it, so you don't really have to do the guiding to make sure that it's right on the edge. So I'll show you again the close-up. Making sure that you don't put your hands on top of the fabric, because if you put your hands on top of the fabric, you will make that stitch not look pretty. So you can see my hand is beneath the fabric in front, making sure that nothing is around to cause that forward and reverse motion to not be consistent. And I mean, literally with the Satinedge foot, once it's in this position, you can close your eyes and trust the foot. And I highly recommend you do that periodically to practice closing your eyes and sewing so that you tend not to hunch over so much when you're sewing. You might not want to practice on your beautiful purse. I think the value of the item definitely affects your ability to close your eyes. I'm hearing a sound that I don't like. I can tell that the thread is having issues, and I wish I could show you. It's basically just that. I have all these threads up here that their tails were draped down, and they're taking a ride with this thread. So you want to make sure that you don't just let your threads hang down. Make sure you... Here's a long one. So threads got tangled up. I'm hoping that I don't have to cut my thread and start over. Oh, where did you come from? You're coming from over there, huh? That's a lavender color. So, bad habits. The thread itself did not cause this problem. I mean, this particular thread, which is good. So far, the thread itself is testing well. The owner of the sewing machine, not testing so well. Bad habits. Poor habits. Oop. I just dropped a spool. So I'm hoping that won't be obvious, especially because this is the piece or the area that's right near the top of the purse, right near the flap, right in the focal point. Of course. So you want to listen when you're sewing. If you hear like the sound of your machines changing when working with metallic thread, and you will have more trouble with metallic than with any other because there is metal. It's abrasive. And this spot that got tangled is still coming through here. Come on, you just need to get to the end so I can pull you down. So just got to get a little bit further. Behave yourself. And I'm watching, trying to make sure that this little tangle, this is that behavior that I talked about a minute ago. The thread is twisting. So I'm untwisting and making sure it stays straight. And if it won't stop twisting, and I can see that it's starting to get a loop up here. So I'm loosening it up. That's not fun, having to watch something else while you're sewing. But I think it got hurt from all that thread, and I'm not ready to say this thread isn't fun to work with yet. I'll give it another shot after this. Whoopsie. I pushed too hard and went up a little bit. This is the experience, normal traditional experience of metallic threads. And I'm going to unload some of those bobbins. But I really think this might, because it was fine until those threads took a ride with it. Almost to the end. Oopsie. There's my tail. A connecting threads experience. Threads are like, want to connect with one another. Sorry about getting my head in the way the whole time. But it is very, very pretty. Despite all that, I managed to do it without... Let's see if I can help you see that in focus. See how pretty that is? And the Satinedge foot made it stay the same distance away from the edge. So this is basically top stitching with a decorative stitch all the way down. And then this is where I was looking over at the thread dispenser. But I don't have to make this the flap. I can change my mind and have the other side be the flap. So to be fair, I'm going to unthread this from the machine and do it like I do for other threads that tend to twist. And that's where I unload. I have way too many bobbins up here anyway. So one post is bare. It has no thread on it. Here's my other bobbin thingy. Okay, I have a little bowl in here where I put things. No, it's full. Oh, it's going to go on this table. Do you guys have a bad habit that you do all the time in your sewing that you sit there and go, God, I really got to stop doing that? So I'm going up through the eye hook on the thread dispenser. And then I take that thread and go toward or away from me and come back around. And this creates just a little bit of drag on that thread. And that should be enough to stop that from happening. And now that I don't have bobbins and thread hanging down to connect with it, I'm hoping we'll get all the way across. But you can expect to almost always have some trouble with metallic thread. I have yet had to have an experience. I did just talk to somebody though on the phone, and she did a whole bunch of stitching, and she said she didn't have her thread have an issue once. I'm going to do the same stitch on the opposite side because I think it'll look better than switching to a different stitch. One less thing for me to think about as well. Put an embellishment over the whoop-de-doo. It's a good name for a mistake, a whoop-de-doo. Okay, full speed. This is a top stitch needle, so of all the needles, this is probably the most forgiving for metallic thread. But there is a needle called the metallic needle for metallic thread as well. This tip of the needle is the same as the universal, so it's a rounded tip. It's not going to damage your fabric. Gosh, this is pretty. Hi, Judy. Welcome to the stream. Does anybody else come in here that I didn't catch? So you guys okay with us only being on YouTube? Or would some of you like us to go back to being on both YouTube and Facebook at the same time? I hope you guys are enjoying springtime and getting outside to smell the flowers. I have a, what is it called? A rose, what's it called? Rose hips. A rose hips bush, and I had somebody trim it and they made it into a tree. And so it's actually the most beautiful little tree. Look at that. No problem at all doing what I did. So if you join the school, I'll take a picture of how to thread the metallic thread so that it doesn't have a problem. And that's just very cool. I like that stitch. Do you guys agree? And I could do another one down the middle. This is where I could use the pearls and piping foot and put a trim down the middle. So what do you guys think of that now that we have more going on here and you can see it better? And I could use a contrasting color of thread over that and do a decorative stitch right over that. I can. You guys gotta give me a vote. First I'm gonna go ahead now, and I don't want to go too crazy with too many different colors of thread. We have another band of yellow. I don't have to use the same stitch though, but I think I'll use the same thread because that performed beautifully once we took the thread and gave it a little bit of trouble to move, and then it makes it easier. Okay, there's other stitches here that are cool or pretty. Let's see. That looks too modern for this. We've got a whole nother bunch to look at. Oh, I've never even seen these. I'm sure there's lots more stitches. I just don't know how to access them. We got 1 and 2. I've never really dug deep into this machine. What is that? Quilting applique stitch. You guys wouldn't like me to do that, would you? You don't want me to do a quilting applique stitch, do you? That would just be not interesting at all, would it? Leave the middle alone, Amy says. Okay. Ooh, yelling at me. Okay. Let's see. This is a really small, looks like a really small blanket stitch. So I'm going to give it a go. And in this case, I'm going to have it go off the edge. So I'm bringing the needle down. This is the strike that goes off the edge. And I'm running a whole cycle of this, and I can see that that's definitely where the stitch will go. So it's dainty, a very dainty blanket stitch. In this case, we're not swinging over the wire. I'm swinging to the straight stitch part of the stitch is going to the left of the wire, and or guide pin on the satinedge foot. So the needle is stitching off the edge, and then the wire is to the right of it. So it's kind of cool. So this would be similar to blanket stitch, but it's smaller. It's very pretty. It's dainty. I gotta use my glasses though. Where are they? There we are. After this, I'm gonna take a moment, a quick little break, and then I'll be back. So if you guys are feeling the need to get a drink of water or anything, This would be a time to definitely use a lighter pressure, but don't go too light on your pressure. So we're still using the guide, we're just not stitching over it. There we go. It's so pretty with metallic. See how perfect that is? And that's super close to the edge. This is the kind of accuracy you get with the Satinedge Foot. I don't know if you can see that, but basically it's a blanket stitch, but it is less stitches, so it's more subtle. Last time I was able to give you a good shot of it. I don't know. It's just too fine. Okay, with that, I'm going to step away for a minute to figure out how to do this. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. Okay, I'm back. Whoopsie. I just keep dropping things. Thank you for your patience. It's all that hydrating. I need to hear myself coming through this. All right. No, I think I should do the same stitch. You like it? I'm glad you like that stitch, Amy. Would decorate one at a time and then decide if I want more in color. Yeah, I'm not going to do pearls this time because I'm going to hold it in my hand, and since we've got this straight direction going. The cording is soft, so it would work really nicely on top. I feel like the thread's pulling too hard though. Let me look. Everything looks right. So I'm going to be switching colors and types of thread in a second. Leave the middle alone. Hi, Sandy. You didn't get a notification, so you had to rely on your memory? So this is what I've been constructing, Sandy, now that you've joined us. And what I'm using right now is called the quilting applique stitch. This is Baby Lock. Probably called the same thing by Brother. And it's basically a blanket stitch, but it's really small. I just pushed too hard. Just a gentle touch. Keep my focus on the front of the foot, not at the needle. It's so tempting to look at the needle. And this whole time I've been just guiding with one finger. My other hand has been resting on the machine. I think that's the biggest learning curve. Don't you guys agree, for using the Satinedge Foot, is learning how not to hold on so much to the fabric? I love the balance of the two sides being the same stitch. Okay, new thread and new stitch. In a water break. Okay, what have I got? I had some new threads to try. And this is a variegated thread with orange and yellow running through it. It's called Fantastico. And it is a YLI brand, or no, it's a Superior Threads. And what do they call? Oh, it is 100% polyester. They say number 40, which could be 40 weight. I prefer mini kings because, well, you don't run out as often. But sometimes you just don't need that much. Ooh, it's really pretty. Has a very nice feeling to it. Very slippery. And I think it has one of these caps that pulls up. Wow, it's really wound on there. It had 8 winds on there. This is not designed for a cone stand, but this is what I do to check if I can run it on my cone stand. It's not rough at all on any edge, and the outside of the spool is farther than the spool itself, so I should be able to put this on the machine using the same process on my thread dispenser. And you get a better tension when the thread is on the thread dispenser than on your sewing machine directly. But if you guys like, I can test it on the actual sewing machine. Would you like me to do that? Try it on the machine rather than the thread dispenser? So that was a very nice experience. I think stitching in a ditch would have been nice with this too. Just a real subtle straight stitch along the side of each strip. I may still do that. Yeah, I think this is going to be really pretty. You guys are quiet. Where'd you go? Come on. I'm going to put it on the cone stand. This is my bag. I want it to be perfect. It's got a really nice feeling to it, though. So I don't think it's going to need to go up and around the post. Even though they say 40, it feels thicker. Wow, this is really nice feeling. Sometimes thread that's really slippery, though, can go too fast through the machine and you can get loops on top because of it. So I'll have to keep my eye on it. All right. A new decorative stitch. Let's see what I've got here. And this time we're going on the pink. I totally had my brain crossed. I was going to have this on the yellow. Oh well. Decisions. All right, well, this stitch is really crazy. And it is called the couching. No, it's quilting stippling. But I know that my foot can't go 7 millimeters wide, so I'm taking it to the 5.5. This is going to be challenging because what I want to make sure is that this stitch is, that this is not going to hit the wire in any swing of this stitch. So right off the bat, that's going to hit. So I'm going to take it further to the right, because if I can have the guide be to the right of all of the stitching, that's a lot easier than I do one full stitch pattern. So this stitch has a lot of stitches to it. It actually kind of looks like the lace looks when you look at the stitch. It looks all swiggly back and forth like that. So I think this is going to really look pretty. And I'm going to take my tension down on this one to a 3.0 because, and it's normal at 4, because it's quite a bit of forward and reverse and side to side motion, which you're more likely to get a pucker with a stitch that moves in that many different directions. So here we are back over near the wire again. Looks like it's going to clear. Okay, so I think we've done an entire stitch pattern. So now I know I'm not going to hit my needle on the Satinedge Foot guide wire or guide pin, which is what I used to call it. It's actually piano wire, which is why my mind wants to say wire, because it really is a wire. That's why you can't break it with your sewing machine needle. Your needle will break on it, but you cannot break piano wire. So this stitch is going to take a long time to go down. I'm probably only going to use, yeah, definitely only going to use it on this pink. I love the colors too, Sandy. I feel like it looks like a popsicle got melted from my childhood. This, what is it, the big stick popsicle? I think that's what it reminds me of. I loved the colors of that. I think this is definitely making me think about my childhood when I look at it. So I got all of these fabrics recently at Hobby Lobby. This is a larger needle. This is the 9014 top stitch needle. I did speak of that at the beginning of the video, but you know, it's been a long time. And we have the Super Universal, which would be good for quilting with this, but we're not quilting today. The top stitch needle. So it has a really large eye, but it has other subtle differences about it to any other universal needle. And we do offer these at creativefeet.com, in addition to, we have the whole Schmetz line on our website. It's always been very reliable. It's what I use. The only needle I use, Schmetz. And when you go live and you want to make sure nothing goes wrong, I use the correct needle, the one I would use if you weren't watching me. So this, in the 9014 is a good needle size for this. Now when I do the French seam on this, I may have to switch to a 16 needle, and then I just use the standard universal for that, because I won't be using specialty threads. It's very subtle, but let's see if I can give you guys a good look at it. I don't know if you can see that. In the school, I'll have close-up shots of this so you can see the stitches better. But that really does look a lot like the lace. It's the same kind of stitch look. Maybe I should change to another thread so you can see it better. Oh, and the reason you can't see the stitch that well is because it's variegated. That's one of the benefits of using variegated thread, is your stitch doesn't always show up the same along a path. So if you're not accurate, it's harder for people to tell. I'm trying to think if there's something else I can do. This thread's kind of boring on here. It's a beautiful thread. It's so awesome, but I don't like how little I can see it. So I'm going to change to something that stands out a little bit more. There's also this stuff. We don't have this on our site yet, but we will. And we use the Sequins and ribbon foot to sew this on. It's a soft, they have metallics as well. So not just the soft color, but this. And you see how this looks really a lot like that metallic thread. I think this would be a really nice accent. And I can do that on this pink. What do you guys think? Because I'm getting kind of bored. I could use the Satinedge foot for this as well. However, the Sequins and ribbon foot is ideal for this particular thread. And this is actually a ribbon. And this is in a cotton texture. So you see how they have the metallic and the cotton-ish feeling. And this one's variegated, so it changes color along the edge of something. Should I do it? Should I add ribbon? Oh, you're so sweet, Sharon. I have a funny story for you. The UPS driver arrived and he rang the bell. And he knows not to ring the bell because my dog is the doorbell. And when he rings the bell, well, the dog goes crazy. But this time he had like 100-pound box out there, and he goes, "It took you a long time to come to the door." I go, "Because you ring the bell every time, and usually you just leave after you ring it." So I go, "Well, if we have a deal, if you only ring the bell when you need me to come out, then I won't make you wait so long next time." And then he goes, "Do you want me to bring it in?" And I go, No, just leave it there because I gotta go live." And I look in the mirror, and all I had was lipstick on, like just like a little bit on the top of my lip. I looked like a clown almost. It was hilarious. He was looking at me kind of funny, and I think that's what it was, is he was thinking, I hope she checks her makeup before she goes on. So what do you think? The metallic blue or the variegated, or I could do both? I don't know. There's so much yes on the ribbon. It is ribbon on a spool. Isn't that cool? Ribbon on a spool. Coming up very soon at creativefeet.com. They're called quilt highlights. And they're hand dyed as well. Organic cotton from Peru, braided and hand dyed in the USA. And then they have the metallic versions as well. No shine or shine? Or both? Oh, it looks really pretty without the shine, huh? All right. I got that. I'm going to leave that thread in then. And I'm going to... Oh, it's too late. I already unthreaded it. Oh, goodness. What was the other thread I was going to test? Did I already test it all? Oh. Did I use this one? I did. I didn't use this one because I cut the end. I'm going to use this. I know I have a lot more thread to test, you guys. I have a box full of thread that they wanted me to test. So let me just grab the box. It'll be more exciting. Oh, how exciting. What do you think? Don't you wish you were me? This is what thread companies do. They send me thread. Try this, try that. See what you think. Ooh, what is this? Should we do this on Saturday inside of the... That is wool? It's gotta be wool. Surging yarn. This feels like it'll leave a mess under your bobbin. I wonder how that... I'm going to have to try this, but not on my bag. We'll try it after the bag. This is the same quilting highlights, but a goldish. Oh, that's pretty. Then I have this one. This is Candlelight Metallic Yarn. It's another yarn, and this we would use in the Sequins and Ribbon Foot. What is this? Ooh. What is this? Okay. Well, there's too much to test for today. At some point, I got to finish the bag. Look at that one. Oh, that would really look good on here. And then we have this. What's this? Reflections. I think that would work really good with like glow in the dark ink for reflective clothing maybe. I don't know. I'm going to have to read about it. Each one of these spools is a completely different type of thread. So I don't know why these needles are in here. Okay, I think I've picked out what I want to try. Look at that. See? So should I use the metallic or the muted? Or both? I'll do both. What the heck? Why not? But should I do the teal or the gold? Or should I do both? I can use both of these at the same time. With the Sequins and Ribbon Foot, we can do two. This has a really neat effect, and I'm going to show you it on the bag and off the bag. And this is a metallic yarn, so unless you guys Satinedge, what did she do to remedy the thread problem? Oh. So, I thought you were watching, Louis, because I knew that you'd want to know, because you have the thread dispenser. So, when my thread was giving me trouble, I took it from the bottom cone and went up through the eye hook, and then I removed a whole row of bobbins, and then I went around one of the posts, so up through the eye hook, around the post, and then to the machine, and it didn't give me any trouble after that. Okay, so there's just so much you can do. It's never boring when you have the creative feet because you can just do whatever you want. This thread is so interesting though. Can you tell that this looks like a sweater? It looks like a wool sweater, and I have no idea how that's going to sew through the machine. But what a neat thread. Like, I'm thinking if you had to mend a sweater, this would just disappear in your sweater. You would never know that it's in there. It almost, I bet my body's like going, it's wool, but it's not. I don't know what it is. Actually, it should say what it is. It just says yarn, so it could be. Oh, I can't wait to try that. Okay, I gotta stop and just get to sewing. I'm just gonna do what I want. It works better. We get there quicker because you guys don't type fast enough. It actually, putting it around that post kind of just makes it settle down. Oh, I just, hands down, we're going to go with the teal. Oh, there's so much I could do with this. When you see what this does, you'll see why I don't know what to do with it because it can do different things. Even though it's one item, this actually looks more than one way. So I put the 1/8 inch accessory guide on the foot, and I'm going to feed that through the hole. And that threaded through easily because it's thinner than the opening. If I use that stitch, then it will stay flat. I'm going to show you before I sew it on here because I want to try out different looks first. And I removed the thread because I was going to try a new thread, and I'm going to use that pink variegated silky feeling thread. And can't remember what they call this. Silco, and it's SILCO. I'm going to need to learn more about it. It kind of feels, like slippery. Feels like it would be good for children's clothing. I don't know, but they're constantly bringing out new threads, and I'm like, how many different kinds of thread do we need? We need them all, according to them. I put the cone right back down on top of the thread. Okay, it's definitely feels thick. I feel like my fingers are slipperier for touching it. It's definitely an illusion or a psychological thing. Maybe it's thicker. It says 50 on there, which would indicate it was smaller. I don't know. So let's see. I'm going to do that same quilting stitch before. Move the guide so that the stitch is going to fall where I want it. So this is that, and now I'm going to do a straight stitch through it. And you're going to see, even though this is the same yarn, and you can clearly see that it is, I'm doing just a straight stitch through it now. So you could actually turn too. We have a winner. This is what I'm going to do on it. So you could do this so fast and create this incredible look. You guys probably will be upset that I don't already have this in stock. Isn't that something else? All I did was a straight stitch down the middle of that. Okay, that is what I'm going to do. He has been on my case about carrying this for so long. I love it. He goes, well, when are you going to carry it? Like, I got to get rid of some of these tails. Got too many tails. Clean up your tails. Be a tidy sewer. Okay. Is anybody else excited about that? You're saying, wow, good job. Not just saying it at home, but actually saying it in the chat. It's striking. I just think it's so dramatic and easy. It's super fast. As you can see, I mean, I'm live here. I'm definitely not pretending to go this fast. Watch the front of the foot. Watch the front of the foot. Why go slow if you don't have to go slow? Sewing machine is too bouncy. It's like, woo! Riding a horse, going too fast, and the sewing machine's bouncing. Oh my, my. That is so striking. Okay. I know most people won't pay attention to that, but if this is the same, and then this one's got that, and then, I don't know, it's my purse, right? I think I'm going to do another row here. Oh, you know, I could just do gold. That's what I'll do. I'll do gold on this one. Whoops. I haven't done this one. I'll have to test it. It's not behaving like the blue one. So many different types. So I'm going to, because of how this behaves, it'll be hard to slide it in there. So I'm going to lay it over a piece of thread. Five o'clock. Dang it. I think it's going to be a two-part. We will do the bag, sewing the bag next week. Whoopsie. No, don't fall. I don't know. It's so fast to sew the bag once the front's done. Then you just pull the yarn through. I have a feeling I'm not going to like this one as much as that one. We'll see. I might just go, oh my goodness. So this is the same thing, just a straight stitch through it. So it's pretty. It's weird. Well, it's not as flexible, so sewing it around in circles would not be as good. Might be better through the small hole in the guide. It's pretty, but it's not as consistent. Let me try this stitch. Nah, that stitch, no fun. This stitch. No. See, I knew it wasn't as fun to behave. It doesn't mean it wouldn't be fun. It's just, let's try a different stitch. You just need to corral it. So that looks pretty. Is my bobbin just spinning around in there? So that's the shell tuck stitch, which is a stitch I really like. It almost looks like the blanket stitch, but it's not. And I like that enough to do it. So we'll just do that. So it's a blanket stitch, but it's backwards. So the stitch that goes off the edge is... how do I want this to look, though? So we've got only a minute or a second here to figure it out because I'm right on the edge. This will be in the seam. This would be easier with the Satinedge foot, I think, because I want to maintain the same edge. Come on, get on there. There we go. So I have to focus on something on the front of the foot, whereas the Satinedge foot would allow me to rely on the foot. Don't look at the needle. Look at the front of the foot. Look at the front of the foot. Now don't start spreading out. Don't look different. Once I stopped looking at the needle that kept distracting me, I started being able to go faster. Okay, I'm thinking it's a subtly fancy bag now. The metallic definitely dressed it up a little bit. And I should only have one more edge to do. I do. And we have this green one. And there is green in the bag, so I may as well. So I'm going to do something fun here. I'm going to do more than one row at a time. So should I do that? Should I do metallic? Or should I use this subtle one for that last piece? Metallic or subtle? We got subtle, subtle with a hint of shine. I think I'm unsure. I think the green is so pretty. Ay, ay, ay. Everything's falling. Do you guys drop things all day long when you're sewing? The threads get caught on the fabric and then you move it and it goes off the table. blue. I think that answer was a long time ago. Okay, so I'm taking 3 strands and I'm going to go through one of the openings in the accessory guide, which is going to make it stand out more and be bolder. So I laid the 3 strands over a piece of thread. It's easier to thread the threads through the opening. And I'm going to go through the small hole. Even though there's three strands and it doesn't seem like they could fit in there. Pull it back so we don't waste it. No pearls and piping foot. I like using all the feet in each video. It's so rare I don't use that pearls and piping foot for something in my projects. Okay. All right, another decorative stitch. Let's see, this one might be cool. I should have tested it, but I find it hard to believe it won't look good. This is a 5mm wide zigzag. No, it might be too much stitch for this. I think I'm going to go back to this one. I was just going to cover up all that pretty thread. This is back to the couching stitch, and that's what we're doing, couching. Makes sense to use the couching stitch when we're couching. So with 3 strands going through that opening at the same time, keeping my eye on the front of the foot so that I stay the same distance away from the edge of the material. Not pushing down or pulling through the fabric, letting the machine do the feeding. Making sure nothing catches on the back of the machine. And when you use this stiff kind of batting, you're more likely for something to push against it and cause it to move suddenly in one direction or another. So it's when working with regular batting, you're not as likely to have that problem. What do you think, you guys? Are we done? Yeah, I think we're done. So I got lace stitched on the bottom because I left a long tail and it's back here, which is fine because I didn't have my lining fabric be back there, so no one will know it's in there but us. And now I just need to think, can I complete this bag without having, if I do one type of construction where we turn it right side out like a pillow, I can do that as long as I plan, because what I'm trying to do is also make the flap look the same on the top as the bottom. And so we really need just a little bit of fabric to sew this together, and then I can sew all the way around and turn it right side out, and leaving only a spot, and I can finish this bag. So I'm gonna finish. Thumbs up if I finish. So I'm gonna pick which of these fabrics should I use as the lining of the fabric. What fabric? I love all of it. I'm gonna pick up all the things I dropped. Where'd I put all the extra fabric? I had it handy, I thought. Peach or blue? Just the inside of the bag. I know it shouldn't matter, but I value your opinion so much. Now the blue is a lighter weight material. This is more rugged. If I were to use this bag a lot. Thumbs ups. I don't remember asking for thumbs up. Should I contrast it with blue in the inside, or should I make it subtle and have it be peachy? Peach. Tina answered first. I kind of feel the same way because it's super, has a lot of body to it. Feels more like a purse. Oh, this clutter. I need someone to clean up after me. I think I'm going to be top stitching around this too. So what will I want to use? What thread will I want to use for top stitching? It's a good time to ask questions, you guys. Oh, when you're looking on the big screen? You know why? Because we got our cameras working good. My son is brilliant, and thanks to him, we are now streaming at the highest quality that we can. So you should be noticing a considerable difference in the quality of the video. So now I have to make sure my set's clean. Before it was so blurry I could leave stuff on the back table. But now you guys can see every little bit of clutter I may have scattered around. It's making me a neater sewer. Or a tidier sewer. I need a table to put stuff on until I'm ready to clean it up so that you don't have to watch me clean before I iron. All right, what is this? So, Laurie, are you saying that you bring things like your ready-made things that you make also, and people buy them from one another at your senior center? Or just extra stuff, like you bought too much thread and... I am just in love with this, though. I'll tell you what. Okay. I don't have enough pink to use pink, so I'm using peach. All right. This lace is pretty, but it's real easy to tie up in a knot, so put it away. Okay, move the iron out of the way. So all I really need is a little square to figure out what that size is by folding this under. That's my top. I'm like, should I take it in a little bit into the bag and then have it be folded over? I think so. So I need a piece that measures 7 inches, 7 by 9.5. And I'm going to be a little bit lazy and tear it and then true it up after, because my table's just too tight here. 7 by 10.5. Is that what I said? 9.5. All right, so I went a little bit bigger on both. Okay, turn that iron on and make that nice and pretty. Do any of you use the tearing process to square off your fabric? Isn't it lovely? Oh, I want to do more than a purse with it. That would just be so pretty for so many things. And I am going to spray starch. It's just faultless. I don't know if the iron's warm enough yet. Tearing your fabric does make all these little fine threads appear everywhere, though. Okay, so basically I'm just making this a little bit longer. It's not straight. I'll true it up here with a ruler. I'm starting to get better at having an iron on my table. I'll just cut it off this side. No, that side's messier. I'm gonna make this clean. Can't see my lines. There we go. That was dangerous, having the wire be that close to the cutter. Just trying to get a nice straight line here. So that's straight. See, that's crooked. Is anybody else going, oh my God, Claire, come on, do this already? Just too small of a space. 9.5. Is that folded under? Okay, and we got it was 7.5 by 9.5, or was it 7? It really isn't that accurate because it's not a number that really counts. Because I want to have the flap go into the bag a little. That's a good size for a clutch, right? Because that's what we're making. It's a little small for my cell phone, I think. Once upon a time, a clutch could be smaller. There we go. Well, I totally messed it up. Okay. So one end together. Which end do I like better? Where's that little mistake I made? I can't find it. There's the little mistake. So this is the side I'm going to sew it on. Hope I'm doing this right. Okay, now I'm going to use the Satinedge Foot. I think I had you guys watching what I was doing. I got so engrossed in my work that I kind of spaced out there. I think it's because I'm getting hungry. Although for some reason I feel like it's only about noon, but it's 5:30. It's going to be nice to finish after all the weeks of doing two-parters. These threads don't match, but it doesn't matter. What are you guys making for dinner? Or should I say, what are you making me for dinner? I have dinner already ready. Gonna have a meeting with my son after this. We've got to do a newsletter because we haven't done one in a while. Okay, I'm just going to sew these two together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And this is just to make it longer so I can figure out, so I can think. So straight stitch, left needle position. Which is pretty much an almost 1/4 inch, you know, I'm not sewing, I'm not piecing, so. Keep your eye there so you don't let it separate from the guide. So that'll be the inside of the bag. Flip it up. Did I do that wrong? My brain is tired. Okay. So what I need to do is just kind of sew all the way around and leave a spot to turn it inside out, and then I can figure out exactly where I want it, because I decided to have a square flap. And how I mark my area to turn right side out, generally with just a couple clips. Okay, I'm getting a little bit tired. That's why I'm getting quiet. My fabrics weren't lined up right. I think I'm going to start off. I wonder what kind of thread this is. I'm going to have to find out. Is Silco an actual thing? I don't know. And whenever I'm starting a place where I'll turn something inside out, I always reinforce it. I think I did this wrong. We'll find out if I did it wrong in a minute. Part of my brain is saying, you did just fine, you're just tired. And the other part's going, oh no, you just totally messed up. Does that voice talk to you too? Do you guys sit there and doubt yourself? Oopsie. This is the stuff that I don't like about tearing the fabric, but I'm going to sew to the 1/4 inch mark or distance or thereabouts. Lower the needle. Need to go 1 stitch further. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I don't think I cut it quite right. Oh, that clipped it weird. Keep your eye focused here. It gets distracting when you have all this stuff going on. One more stitch. I'm getting hungry. I'm kind of deciding how far I can go. Okay. Now I want to just turn it inside out. However, if I didn't sew it correct, or I want to clip the corners, but I really need to make sure by thinking this through a lot or a little bit, if this is correct, then I have to turn it inside out to see. I'll probably have to turn it wrong side back out again to trim everything down a little bit. But nothing worse than trimming it down and then finding out you didn't do it right. And the other day, I did something you guys didn't get to see. It was off screen. I did something so silly. I was like, oh, I'm so glad I wasn't live. Because boy, was that, it wasn't my brightest moment. It was called Sewing for Too Many Hours. And these are videos that you will see but they'll be edited. I don't know if you guys caught the Y seam lesson for doing the tumbling blocks, but that was a recorded video or edited video, so it's only 6 minutes, not 6 hours like last week's. Come on. It's harder to turn it inside out than regular batting because it's so stiff. And if I have to then go back and turn it back right side out, maybe I won't have to. Come on. Why am I having so much trouble? Because I'm not using a presser. That's why. Definitely makes a difference to be able to grab with something stronger than your thumb. There's batting flying in the air again. Gosh, so, I think I got it. You forced your inner voice to sound like Bullwinkle. It's so funny. This reminds me of turning that strap inside out last week. So I did something to my left thumb. It just doesn't have the power it used to. I definitely did this wrong. You're supposed to sew wrong sides together and then right sides afterward. That doesn't mean that I'm wrong though, because of what we're doing is a little bit tricky on the brain. That is one noisy iron when it's turning off, isn't it? And I want you to stay on, because I'm going to press this real quick. So what I really needed to do was to just sew the bottom to that spot. I'm pretty sure. I usually have a protein shake along with everything else. But today I didn't, and I think I'm feeling it. There's more than one way to make a purse, though. Let's see here. I get quiet when I'm thinking. It's just so small. My brain is having trouble with this. I'm used to making big bags. Because that's the goal. So we could put piping here. I should have done it different. Come on, brain. Did any of you guys see where it went? Because I can't find it right now. It's really just the size of the purse that messed me up. So I would love this as a wallet too. It's all because I tried having the inside of the top go in to the bag If I hadn't done that, my brain would be better off. I can't change it. Oh, you know what I did by ironing? I fused it all together because the back side of that is fusible. I can't undo this. So I have to come up with another way of finishing the edge and accept it. Remember I said you can't iron the other side? Oh well. A double mistake. Oh, you're all laughing at me now. This is why, my brain is trained to use Pellon because it's fusible on one side only. So I would say Pellon would be safer for this project. All right, so I got to tuck this in. This was a fun mistake. How do you undo this mistake? Bye, Sharon. Oh my God, Tina. I think you can relate to how you'd feel, right? You'd be like, okay, this is a placemat now. It's not a purse anymore. So what I'm trying to do is close up the opening. I gotta do that first. So if any of you came in later, I used a double-sided fusible stiff batting, and I accidentally just fused it shut before testing. So now I can't undo it because it's all fused. So where I would normally use a French seam on this, now I can't. And I have this cool variegated thread on the machine right now that's going to blend in beautifully all the way around. And on the other side is a seafoam green, or a greenish, a light green color. We want to stitch close to the edge to catch that area, that closure that would normally look a lot better than it's going to this time. This is what's fun to watch somebody live, right? You get to see them mess up and how they overcome. It was too easy of a project. I had to make it complex and then mess it up. I'm going to go longer on the stitch length because it's so thick. So I'm at a 3.5 millimeter stitch length. And that 9014 needle can handle this thickness. And I can't even deal with that. I gotta pull you out. I got something good for that. Where is it? Never do what I just did, you guys. If you're wondering what this is, I don't even know where I got it, but I'm inserting it into that seam and I'm able to pull this out. I think it was when I sold knitting machines. It reminds me of one of the tools I used. That was in another life. Okay. And I'm going to stitch all the way around so it has some continuity. One more stitch. Sorry, you guys, I sneezed, or I had a little bit of a sneezing fit is what I should have said. I'm so flabbergasted by making such a silly mistake. One nice thing about a bag like this, there's so many things going on that it would be difficult for people to spot a mistake. Remember I said I probably should trim that before I turn it right side out, but I gotta test it first. So that's why these corners aren't real nice and pointy, because I should have trimmed those points on the diagonal. I'm off the edge. I'm gonna be on. I still am in love with this. It'll be forever a memory of how messed up I can be. Well, I can tell you that fusing holds really well. Oh, I was bending the needle. I'll hold it down like that. Sorry, needle. So this is a handy little tool for going inside of a stitch and pulling out from the inside without poking a hole in your fabric. I'm refusing to not be able to succeed at this. And this is another reason it's always better for me to make one before I go live. You lost one of your pegs for the Octi-Hoops? That's why I made them green, so they would pop out in your clear and white objects in your sewing. We sell them in sets of 2 on our site. They're on the Octi-Hoop page. I would order that like when you need other things. And you never ordered the batting, Larry, that we talked about. I held it for you. There we go. Don't feel bad. It's not like it's sold out forever. Isn't this not pretty? Come on, get in there. All right, so it's going to be a bag. I didn't completely just mess up. It's got the crispness, though, the feeling of like a wallet or like you would expect from a purse. So it's a little bit different feeling than the feeling of batting. Come on out. Just one little spot, please. It's interesting because this was a question somebody had recently. And I don't know if you're watching or not. I'm trying to think of who it was that asked if you use like our double-sided fusible, fuse and fuse, if you could do exactly what I just did, which is so fuse it to one side and then put your lining on and then flip it around and then iron. And you can, except for you can't ever really get the seam allowance to be fused on that second fuse, which is helping me in this corner. Could just make this into a wallet. The video is how to make a clutch, not how to make a wallet. Okay, so now we would normally you know, fold this back and then turn it right side out. But you guys aren't responsible. You're not responsible for this, it's me. How can I make it not look like an accident and have something stitched on the outside, which sometimes they do this. They use piping. Gosh, I just really, really am in love with this though. It really is the right size for a wallet, more like a wallet than a clutch. A big wallet. It'll hold my cell phone. So we have rat tail cording, which I used last week, or for the top for binding the dog walking bag. And this will bring in the pearls and piping foot into the video. So how you can do it so it doesn't look like a mistake. Just make sure it's longer on both ends. There we go. This is my chance to like make a loop too. Do I need a loop for anything? Do I need to do anything on the inside of this bag? Okay, I'm going to put the pearls and piping foot on. Where is it? Do you see it in there? How do you guys organize your feet? Do you have your feet just thrown in a little thing like that, or do you have a special setup? In this case, I really do want my threads to be an accent and match. That'll work. So what is your biggest mistake? I dare you to write your biggest mistake inside of the chat. I'm going to use this really vibrant pink. One time I sewed a sleeve on upside down. I was about to go live and I wanted to wear this jacket that I was making. And so, you know, your brain under stress is never as effective as your brain relaxed. And there was no better proof of that than I was all right, perfect. Put the jacket on. I'm like, oh my God, the sleeve is upside down. I couldn't wear it. I still haven't unsewn that jacket and finished it. I don't know where I put it. Was I muted all that time? Hello, hello. I'm so sorry. It's because I sneezed. Gosh, I sneezed a while ago. Okay, so what I was saying was, what is your biggest mistake? I accidentally one time sewed a sleeve on upside down. Yeah, I have a mute button, and I thought I hit the button to mute or put it back on. They belong in an organza bag. So at least you guys heard me say or ask you how you keep your feet. I was like, I have no idea how long it's been. I'm hungry. I make more mistakes when I'm hungry. Bye, Marlene. So what I'm doing here is I'm making it so that I can fold this bottom bag up, and I'm going to have the stitching be on that edge, and then I'm going to close the bag and sew the cording up along the side. And when I do, I'm going to insert it in at the bottom. So it will not be obvious that I messed up. But so I have to make sure that I have enough of the cord. So this is center. I wonder, I guess I'll just do that. It's a stitch that's going to show. This is a blanket stitch of sorts, but it's not. It's a shell tuck stitch. So it's a backwards blanket stitch. And what that means is the stitch is going to sew a straight stitch on the fabric, and then it's going to go off the edge, then come back, then it's going to do a straight stitch, then it's going to come over and go back. So it's going to encase the cording onto the edge of that. And I have it on a 5mm wide zigzag. Do I have the right stitch on? I do. Why is it out there? It should be starting on the straight stitch part of it. So I'm tying a knot, because I definitely need a knot on this. And I'm going to tie another knot. And another. Just moved it a smidge. Come on, go. Okay, I can go wider. I'm going all the way to 6 on the width. So I want to go over the cord and onto the fabric. Now, try to steer straight and don't look at the needle. This is the inside edge of the wallet right now that I'm sewing. Every time I film, I do some quirky thing wrong. And I keep thinking, next time, I won't make any mistakes. That sound is all those layers of that heavy, stiff batting. It's just 4 layers of it right there. It's actually not stitching through this cord, it's stitching over it. And I'm going to tie a knot again. Pushing it back just a smidge, tie another knot. Does my head getting in the way and shoulder getting in the way bug you guys or not? Because my son's all, don't worry about it. I'm like, it bugs me when I notice. Okay. So now it's just determining how big do I want the bag to be versus the flap that's going to come down. That looks about right in ratio. Do you agree? So now what I'm going to do to close this up is first I'm going to stitch a straight stitch, because you're not going to be able to see it anyway. And then after, no, I can't do that. I'm just going to have to do this. This end is gonna, oops, I gotta switch to the sewing machine part. So it's very thick. And the foot is going to need what I call a crutch on the side, which is basically something thick. I may not be able to do that. No, I can't do that this time. I got to lift the foot higher. You do that by pulling up on your foot pedal, on your presser foot lifter. I think I need to just take this foot off and switch the washer to the other side. What that does is put more of the foot on the fabric when I stitch this. From right. Take the cord. I need a tie knot. Ooh, it's so thick. The needle bar is almost hitting the foot because it's so thick. So what I'm going to do is put needles on the back of the foot. Lower the needle, lift the foot, slide needles behind, and then now that levels off the foot. And I need to tuck this end in. This is a challenge for the sewing machine. Just don't mess up, you guys, so you don't have to do this. And I'm going really slow because I don't want to mess it up. My mind is split on focusing on all of those different elements. Once the needles leave, then it's easier to focus. Try to keep that cording tucked in at the corner. Making sure I don't hit the cord. I want to make sure the needle goes through all those layers too. Ugh, scared me. That's why cruise control. Speed control is better sometimes. Just your own pressing on the foot can scare you. That's so many layers. I'm sorry, sewing machine. It's like, no problem. I can sew through a yardstick if you push me through it. Now I'm going to tie some stitches. Move that over. So a couple more stitches. Pad time. I have some leftover chicken I made last night. Yeah, the liquid base is awesome stuff, isn't it? I could have done that for sure. See, you can't tell that I didn't plan that. And it is stitched, it's secure, and now I need to do the same thing on this end. And on this end, I could sew upside down because it's the same color thread on needle and bobbin. And while the liquid base might help, my brain is not wanting me to do that right now. So I'm going to just listen to my... No, I got to go this way. I don't want to get the glue on the cording itself. Get my little thingamajiggy here. Okay. And I need to get the needles under there. always have the needle thread under the foot and to the left. Well, you can't say that I don't challenge myself on these episodes. I really want you in the left swing. Thank you. Get tucked in there. Go in. Be a good rat tail cording. Gotta tie a knot. Which is basically like, oh, you're not looking at the right thing. I'm sorry, you guys. So I am trying to get the cording to stay in there. I thought I switched cameras. So I'm tying a knot, or I did, and did several stitches on there. And once I get past this little curvy spot where the cord is going inside, and you can't really see from this camera angle, sorry about that. Now it's in there. And I may need to pull a little slack on that. As long as I didn't catch the cord, I can tighten it up. There we go. Now, making sure my needle gets on the fabric. Try not to pay too much attention to anything else. So this is a cheater way of binding. I've used it many, many times on different projects and it holds up really nice. Tie a knot. Go back again, tie another knot. I did it, you guys. I finished it. I messed up. I overcame. You can also, I was gonna put a magnetic closure in this though, and since I cannot, I will probably do a button. Do you guys want to watch me do a buttonhole really quick? Are you done? Or should I put a buttonhole and sew a button on there so you guys can see it done? I recently used the buttonholer on the machine, so I know how to do it. Kind of forming this thing to keep it wanting to go, making that flap wanting to close. And I'm going to press it. There's no way I can use this without doing something, some kind of closure. I have some really neat closures. Tempting to use one of them. If I can find it. Wasn't planning on that. I was already with a magnetic closure. Such a little button. I wouldn't want to have to use the buttonholer. I mean, I wouldn't want to have to close a little button. I don't know if I have a big button. I need more buttons, I think. You guys agree? I think it's time to go button shopping. I got a bag of buttons. Where are you? There's a bag of buttons. All right, I'm excited because I remember now I have some really cool buttons in here. What are you doing? Get over here. Pink button. Purple button. Or a teal button. Or this button. or this button. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm going to put this on the close-up machine or camera. What should I do, you guys? This is like a coat button, which would be really good because it has a shank on it, and since it has this thickness that it has to go through. And it does kind of make it look more pursy, or like maybe more store-bought. Ooh, this one's cool too. Never mind. I chose. That's going to require hand sewing. What do you think? Is that a winner or what? I love all my pressers. Is this one? Okay, so this one kind of goes too. This one I could sew by machine and show you how to sew a button on by machine. But this one I think just makes it prettier. This is like metal. And I think because of all the metallic running through it, it kind of looks pretty. Yes, better? Okay. I have to hand sew it. I don't normally hand sew much if I can avoid it. I need that to be centered. Oh no, can I even do it? Am I going to be able to sew a buttonhole? Ah! Dropped my button. I finally found the hand sewing or hand threading needle threader. So now I have to find out what it's called, and we will be ordering this. And I've mentioned it several times when I've gone live. If I could just find that hand needle threader, thing is amazing. So know that this and many other items will be coming up on creativefeet.com very soon. Well, I'm glad I did the lace down the center of the bag because now I know that's center. And right there would be good. I'm going to grab a pin. Do I have a pin? I so rarely use needles and straight pins. Sorry for hitting the mic. Hope that didn't bother any of you. So I'm putting a straight pin where I want my buttonhole to be sewn, so I don't have to remeasure. I love this. All right. And you guys. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. I get all these every time I do something like this. It's like I went to the store and I got something handmade just for me. Okay. The buttonhole foot would be in the machine. It's so rare I use a foot by the sewing machine company, but hands down they've done a great job on the buttonholer. It has this spring-loaded behavior to it so that you can put the button actually inside of it, and it knows how big to make the buttonhole. But this is not a flat button. So I need to kind of see if I can find a button that is the exact same size. In diameter, so it has something to hold on to. That's too big. It's a little too big. That's too small. It's kind of like, what was her name? What is the cartoon or the movie? The Three Bears, Goldilocks. This bed's too soft. That's pretty close. And considering there's going to be stuff in this that makes it full, it'll be unlikely that the button will come undone. Okay. This is not the extent of my buttons either. This is just one batch of buttons. So if I put this button inside of the buttonholer, that's what tells it how big of a buttonhole to make. Now, what color thread do I want my buttonhole to have? And the button gets sewn on there, and the buttonhole gets sewn up here. So I was worried about nothing, because this is where you want to sew your button. So where do I want it to fall? I think that'll be center. Boy, was I loopy. I almost put the buttonhole on the wrong side, you guys. I'm gonna sneeze. Thank God for the mute button, as long as I turn it back on afterward. I don't think I'm done. Time to hydrate, you guys. That sneeze would have woke you up if you guys were starting to nap. Green cord. You think I should do cording instead of a buttonhole? So I can just pull the cord up. No buttonhole? Nobody wants to learn about a buttonhole? All right, buttonhole or no buttonhole? Say NB for no buttonhole, and then I'll do a loop instead. I kind of like that idea. It ties that cording. It ties the cording in that's on the outside edge. It would be really hard for me to unbutton and button that all the time, wouldn't it? Bye, Nikki. Nobody's going to give me a vote. Who's the one that said use the cord? Eve. I like your thinking. I think I'm going to do that, because I can just take and create a loop that I know will go over the button. I have to sew the button on first then, I think, for me to think it through. A loop. NB. We are all in agreement. All right. And then it's, should I use that cord? Yeah, I think so. That's one heavy duty needle. This is a upholstery needle, a curved needle. I've never been really good at using these, but sometimes your needles won't go through all these layers easily. Is anyone else bad about putting your hand sewing needles back where they belong? And these needles were just really awful last time I tried to use them. I don't know if it was just one. Oh, must have been the one. I probably used it to open tape or something. Ooh. This would be cool for a loop too. This would be easier to make sure that it is, because rat tail cording is kind of hard to, like, the other end. What do I do at the other end? Whereas this, I could actually sew it from the inside and have it come out the other side. And I think it complements nicely. You guys vote. Which one? The green rat tail cording, or I think that the rat tail cording will last longer. Oh, I have another one. I have this one too. And this has more of a fiber to it. I wish it was not so blurry. This is really strong. Stretch cord would work better. If only. I wonder if I have any. I may. In this thing. This kind of has a little bit of a stretch to it. All else fails, I can always switch it out, can't I? I'll tie a knot. So I just kind of tied a slip knot, and I'm making sure that it's really tight. I'm going to do it again. A buttonhole would have worked though. You know you're tired when you can't tie a knot. This would be pretty with like a wax, like leather. I wonder if I did it on the inside. Did I make it too short? I made it too short for that. Unless I let that show, which can be kind of cool to have the knot show. The double-sided fusible fixer upper thingy. Thank you for making this a humorous experience, you guys. I still feel like a buttonhole would be cleaner. That button, where is it? There it is. Boy, I pinned that so well I can't even unpin it. And you're like, what? We can't see because you're not showing us again. I don't like this. I feel like it needs a buttonhole here and then have the loop come out. I just don't have any purses that are finished this way. I mean, I could just do a tack right there, but then I have this tacky knot thing there. I did a little buttonhole there and I took the loop through. Then the loop was just sticking out. No matter what, a buttonhole of some sort would have been. So what else can I do? If I stitch it there and then come around, that would work. But then it's going to look kind of weird inside the wallet, right? I guess this is now a wallet. It feels like a wallet. Not very big. I'm overthinking it. I'm going to just stitch that in. I made that loop too strong to untie. I feel like you guys should be making noise. I think I said that oh, it's Pearl's birthday. Happy birthday. So if I stitch that, I'm going to safety pin this until I get the button on there. They should have some kind of a noise that you guys can make when someone's birthday, and like have confetti fly inside the chat. Lori, you're not well? What's going on? Just so you guys know, I never go back on the chats anymore. There's too many chats. So if there's anything that you want to talk to me about that and I didn't catch it during the live, that you should reach out to me at info@creativefeet.com or inside of the school. I'm just not liking this at all. Am I doing it wrong? Should the loop be here and the button be down? Should the loop be here and the button down here? Is that what's going on? I can't think. I think the loop should have been stitched into the seam there. No matter what, I'm not happy with this so far. The button's there and there's a buttonhole, then that's the most logical thing for me. And I could be done. Yes. The loop is supposed to be on here. And the button down here. All right, I'm going to sew the button on. Just makes more sense that it be there. I'm not doing a loop. I'm going to do what I want. I'm doing a buttonhole. You know why? Because I can't think and it's taking too long. But I don't want to use a bright pink thread for it. I know I'll probably see something tomorrow and I'll go, that would have been it. But I think I needed to actually have sewn it into the seam in order for it to be not bugging me later, like getting in the way, or I don't like how it looks on the inside. I know a buttonhole will be nice and clean. And as long as the buttonhole is the right size, it's not a problem. If you got a buttonhole that's too small or too large, then that's when it can be a problem. My earbud just fell out. What's going on? So all of a sudden my phone wasn't picking up. So I couldn't hear myself, so I don't know if you guys missed some of that. This thread. Peach. I'm going to do peach. I'm hungry. Grabbing the bobbin. I think I'm going to use white on the bobbin. No. Is it because you got the shot? My dog just came running in here. She thought I was done. She had her happy feet on. Can you tell when your dog's really happy and excited? She sounds like a little pony running around the house. Where did I put the buttonhole? There it is. Last time I used this, I had trouble figuring it out for a minute. So the button is in the back. Needle down, needle up. Take your bobbin thread, scoop it under to bring that thread beneath. I took the pin out. It's pretty thick. What did I just hear fall? So it's going to feed. That thing is going to go up. Sure hope I like it. Okay, got to put the button in, or choose a buttonhole, and I'm going to choose a keyhole buttonhole. Can I flip the direction you're sewing? How do I mirror? Oh, this is correct. I'm doing it the right. All right, please God, let me have done this right, because I'm really starting to look silly. Oh, gotta lower the buttonhole lever. All right, you happy now? All right. Are you gonna go backwards? That's wrong. Okay, so I gotta clear that out. When in doubt, turn the machine on and off. There we go. Oh, come on, machine. Buttonholes, keyhole, lever down. Goes backwards first. Is it really that long? It's gonna go all the way there? going to be so hard to see the buttonhole in that lace. I'm going over it twice. And the reason I'm going over it twice is because there's a lot of thickness here and I'm going to cut through it, and I don't want that to ever come apart and expose that batting inside. You guys going to want me to show you how to sew a button on? To cut the buttonhole, I put a pin through the fabric to prevent my seam ripper from cutting through the top of it. And then I bring my it's like this is definitely needing to be replaced. Bring the top out. I don't know if you guys are getting this or not. So Tinkerbell plays with her food sometimes. Like she grabs one piece of kibble and she throws it in the air and she barks and growls at it and talks to it, and she's doing that right now. It's definitely not the time to be in a hurry. Come the other way. I think I'm going to use those little scissors. By the way, we do sell the replacements for these seam rippers. See, this one's, I think it's broken. It's part of it. I'm not doing well because it's not holding it sturdy. But we sell this part right here. It'll be added to our site at some point. If you're in need of one before that, let me know. You can always call. Where are my little embroidery scissors? These little tedious things. I don't know if it's big enough buttonhole. The little embroidery scissors that we sell are sharp to the end. Buttonhole looked way big, but I think now it's looking small. It's perfect. So now I just need to figure out where I want to put it. Right there. And hi, Tinkerbell. Where'd you go? She was just here. I'm always afraid I'm going to roll over her or something. This is the end of the video, you guys. If you have any questions, this would be the time to ask them. I'm going to use a 40 weight polyester thread to secure that button. I'm doubling it up as well. So 2 layers of thread through the eye of the needle. Where'd my scissors go? There they are. It's like I can't remember my own trick right now. Well, okay, all the ends together. Can't remember my trick. This is what happens when you're really tired. So glad I centered that lace. If you don't have a shank button, you can make a shank button by twisting thread, sewing over a toothpick. In other words, put a toothpick down and put your button on top of it. So each stitch is 4 strands of thread. I'm not seeing any questions, so I'm thinking you guys are ready to say goodnight. Well, I hope you feel better, Lori. It's been too many years since I hand sewed a lot. Yeah, a fabric covered button would be really cute on this, wouldn't it? I like this button though, I'm really happy with it. Gotta make sure that button is on there good. By the way, you can also make a shank button using the Satinedge Foot, as I did teach a video on how to sew a button on by sewing machine. Claire. Those of you who love sewing by hand, I sit there and commend you. It is not my thing. Okay, I tied like 6 knots. A loop would definitely have been easier to button, I think. There you go, guys. It turned, I think it went from a clutch to a wallet. 'Cause I'm pretty sure you don't really have anything outside on a clutch, right? But it's definitely not going to go to waste. I love it. My purse isn't big enough for it, which is fine because then I can use this as an alternative. I'm glad that I give you confidence by making mistakes and helping you see how you can work through the mistakes to find your way to the other side without having to waste your goodies. Well, I love you guys so much, and I can't thank you enough for sticking it out with me for another video. This one, 4 hours long, just under. And I look forward to seeing you next week when I try to figure out what to do with that fabric that I already did some beading on. And with that, I bid you adieu. Love you guys. Bye.